Hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated.
Everybody's present and accounted for. You got one of these? New folks.
for what, when what? I'm gonna turn it off. So I think it was replaced, so. All right, good morning, councils, interested parties. We're back on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Khalif Adams et al. In 22 SC 183572. I'm going to go ahead and take roll at this point in time. Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Bunce, and Mr. Sharp. Good morning, gentlemen. All right, Mr. Williams, Mr. Adams, Mr. Steele, and Ms. Renard. Good morning. Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Weinstein. Good morning. All right, Mr. Matthews, Jr. and Senior. Mr. Huey. Good morning. Mr. Nichols, Mr. Westmoreland, Miss Westmoreland, I should say, Mr. Harvey. I'm glad to see you back, sir. And is Mr. Garner with you today? No? Not today. Okay, all right. And then Mr. Ryan and Misty Williams. Good morning. Okay, all right. Okay, Ms. Hilton and Mr. Brown and Mr. Smith, good morning. Good morning. All right. Before I get started and take up all our jurors here, Sergeant Ingram.
Yes.
Only last week, a friend of him went to Anfield in Liverpool saying that a red...
Here, along with a representative from the state and maybe one person from the defense, please. Yeah, you take this out. All right, it's talk radio. Can you all hear me? Listening devices, everybody, please. All right, can you hear me? Somebody give me a thumbs up. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Come to the bench. Go on the side, on the other side of the TV.
All right, before I call in our jurors, anything I need to take up with you before I call them? Okay, if not, Sergeant Ingram, if you'll summon our jury for us, please.
I believe Ms. Hilton is on top of it, but for the mall security officer, it's an event 7/7/2015, that's July 7, 2015. I need to interview those people, but I think Ms. Hilton is on top of that. And then I have a motion about character. That's it. Very brief.
Now?
You can do it now, do it anytime you want, but if it's not, I don't need it now. Just
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Summon our jurors, please. You need to let me know before the witness, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
All jury present, counsel.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury, good morning. Good morning. Finally, okay, all right, so, all right, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we're going to continue with the presentation of the state's case. So, at this point in time, Ms. Hilton, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Sergeant Cornelius to the stand.
All right, summon Sergeant Cornelius, please. Sergeant Cornelius, good morning, sir. Sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind to turn and face Sergeant Ingram, who is sworn as a witness before you sit down.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give today the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Have a seat. Thank you. State and spell your first and last name for the court.
Jonathan Cornelius, Jonathan Jonathan, last name Cornelius, Cornelius.
And good morning, Sergeant Cornelius. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Where are you employed?
With the city of South Fulton.
And what did you do for the city of South Fulton?
I supervise the narcotics and gangs unit.
Okay. And how long have you been with the city of South Fulton?
3 years.
Prior to your appointment with the city of South Fulton, where did you work?
I was employed by the city of Atlanta for 15 years.
And what did you do for the city of Atlanta?
Canine handler.
Okay. And were you canine handler for the entire time you were with the city of Atlanta?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Tell the jury a little about your history with the city of Atlanta.
I started out in Zone 4, Allison Court, Thurlow Drive, all that area. I was assigned to Red Dog for about 3 years. Then I was assigned to Apex for about 3 years. And then my last 5 years, I was assigned to K9.
Okay, and when you said you're assigned to K9, tell the jury a little about what you do as a K9 officer.
We respond to any type of canine calls, whether it's narcotics related, whether it's a missing person to track for a missing child or something like that. Self-initiated calls, just out driving in the higher crime areas. We also were tasked out to assist the DEA, ATF, outside agencies with calls when they didn't have a canine available.
Okay. And you're talking about him. You have a partner who's in the K9.
Yes.
And who's your partner?
Shakona.
And Shakona dog.
Yes.
Okay. And
He thinks he's a person, but he's a
yes,
dog. Yes, CHAKON.
And does Shakona have to go through any training in order to assist you and serve as a K9?
Yes.
K9. What type of training does Shakona?
So initially, you go through the process of picking out a canine that would best work for what we need. So it would have been tracking narcotics and article, which is like evidence recovery, anything with human odor on it they can find. And then the initial is a 12-week training program where they go through, you imprint the dogs on the odors that you want them to be trained on to find. And then after that, you certify the dog with a nationally recognized certifying official.
And how often does your canine have to get certified?
Every year.
And do you still work with Shakona now?
I retired him about 3 months ago. So he's probably at home watching this on TV.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to 2018. Was Shakona up on all of his certifications in 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to direct your attention specifically to October 23rd, 2018. Did you have the occasion to assist Officer C. Ross with an investigation?
I did.
Basis.
You're on a 403.
Overruled.
Okay. And how did you assist with that investigation?
He notified me by radio that they needed an open air search done at 2612 Steele Avenue. Once I received the call, I don't recall exactly where I was at that time, but I went directly to that call to assist Officer Ross.
Okay. And as we just discussed earlier, you said that it was Shakona, your dog that was with you.
Yes, ma'am.
And he wasn't certified during that time.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Let's show Sean.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 75 and 76I. Tell me if you recognize 75 and 76I.
I do.
And how do you recognize 75?
These are Shakona's certifications each year through the NNDDA.
And what is NDDA?
National Narcotic Dog Detector Association.
Okay. And is that the certifying agency that certifies all canines?
Yes.
Okay. And is
Well,
that... Go ahead.
There's a couple of certifying officials. We utilize the NNDDA, but there are other ones out there. But this is one of the nation's top ones, which is why we use them.
And does that appear to be a fair, accurate depiction of Shakona certifications for the years of 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Overruled.
You're right, this time say like the Tender States Exhibits 75 and 76 is evidence.
Aye.
Yes, 75 and 76 aye.
Any objection, madam? All right, so noted. They're admitted.
Commissioner Putnam.
Yes, you may publish them as you see fit.
Thank you. Now, first looking at 75I, and we want to specifically just go to kind of 2018, which was May 24th, 2018. Just walk the jurors through what he has to get certified in. We talk about temperament, building search, criminal apprehension. Just walk us through that.
Okay, so the first three, you'll see that there's a line through those. Those are for apprehension dogs, which Shakona is not. If you see the fourth line, evidence recovered, he would have to find 3 items of that are placed out by the certifying official. It's done blindly to me and Chacon. So they would set the items out. They would give it a rest period and then tell me a certain area to go search. He would have to find all three of those items within, I believe it's a 2-minute time frame. You'll see agility and obedience are marked out because that also falls under apprehension dogs. And then area search, tracking. You'll see that that's self-explanatory. They lay a track for us. They might give it 30 minutes to an hour, and you have to successfully find the person or toy or object at the end of that track, going over multiple surfaces from grass, gravel, dirt, multiple surfaces. And then area search and all that, the rest of that one falls under apprehension. Yes, ma'am.
And so for Chacon's purposes, he passed the test in order to go out and be able to continuously.
I sustain this form.
In 2018, was he able to pass the test?
Yes.
Did he pass the test?
Yes.
All right. And was he then able to continue assisting you out on the street?
I'll let you rephrase. I'll sustain the question.
After this, did he assist you?
Yes, Chacon met all the standards laid out by the NDDA and the Department of Atlanta.
Okay. And now let's look at 76I, particularly again focusing on May of 2018. If you can just walk us through May 2018 and the significance of what was passed for the certification in May of 2018.
Yes, so you'll see the 4 major narcotics up there, which is marijuana, cocaine, heroin, and methamphetamine. The others we don't train on, like it would be something like specialty, like fentanyl or something like that. So this encompasses all the major narcotics. So under methamphetamine, you would also have MDMA. Even though they're different narcotics, they still have the same makeup. So, but Chacon passed all of those, and these are also blind hides where they'll have, it might be a building or an office building or something like that. They'll hide the trained narcotics that are given to them by the DEA. They'll hide them blindly to me and my dog. They'll give it a cook time or a settle time, and then they'll tell me which rooms to go search. And Chacon has to find all those odors in different rooms within 6 minutes, I believe.
And was he able to successfully do that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So as of May of 2018, he was certified for that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now taking you, thank you so much. Now taking you to October 23rd, 2018, tell us what occurred once you got on the scene in Chicago.
So when I get on scene, I talk to Officer Ross. He gives me kind of a background of what's going on, so I know what I need to do. After I get kind of the rundown of what they have out there on scene, I'll do a quick walk around, make sure there's no broken glass, any objects on the ground that'll injure my dog. In this particular incident, he asked for an open air search. Which open air is also named free air sniff. So you're just walking the dog around in the area to see if he picks up on any odors and then alerts to any odors or anything like that.
Okay. And did you begin conducting the open air search?
I did.
Okay. And what happened as you began the open air?
So it was set up in a parking lot. I kind of did a loop around to the area where they wanted me to search. I always want to search other areas as I'm going through to just show that he's not just alerting on everything. And then once we got around to the area where they had several people detained and moved off, he pulled me to I believe it was a gray Chevy Sonic. Once he got to the Chevy Sonic, I noticed that his breathing calmed down, he slowed down, his tail starts wagging. When Chacon begins to get an odor, he gets excited, his tail starts wagging, and then you can physically hear him taking in a deep breath through his nose. And then at that point, he begins to bite at the door handle and the driver's side door handle and seam area, which is his natural alert, not taught alert. That's just something he does when he gets in on a trained odor, and then he begins to scratch at the area where he smells the odor coming from, and which is his taught alert to the presence of the odor of narcotics or controlled substances.
And then once he alerts, what happens?
At that point, I give him his toy. That's all he cares about. That's why he works. He gets his toy. I walk him around a little more to let him use the restroom, and I put him back up. I notified Officer Ross that I had a positive alert on the vehicle, and he took the case over from there.
And then as in this case, when Chacon was able to find an odor or identify an odor, and once you finish with that, does that usually conclude your involvement in the case?
Yes, typically if I don't have anything else going on, I'll I'll stay on scene with them just in case they need any assistance. But as far as handling the case, everything's on the officer at that point.
Okay. And does that conclude your involvement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
At no further time.
Cross. All right.
I just have one question. I didn't ask you.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. You indicated that you walked Chacon around the area generally, correct? Mm-hmm. Chacon didn't hit on a blunt that was on the ground near a white car, did it?
No, he did not.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Anybody else? Any redirect?
No.
All right. May we permanently or temporarily excuse Sergeant Cornelius, I should say.
Permanently.
All right, Sergeant Cornelius, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to go ahead and permanently excuse you as a witness. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. Ms. Hilton, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Today called Joshua Mason-Zach.
What's his name? Mason-Zach?
Mason-Zach, M-A-C-E.
Mason-Zach. Joshua Mason-Zach? Okay, all right. All right, Mr. Mason-Zach, good morning, sir. If you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you would turn and face Sergeant Ingram to be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give today the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat. State spell your first and last name for the court.
Morning. My name is Josh Mackenzack. First name Josh. Last name Macenczak.
And where are you employed?
I'm currently employed in the Department of the Army as a forensic examiner.
And how long have you been with the Department of the Army?
5 years.
Prior to working with the Department of the Army, where did you work?
I worked at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And how long were you with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Just shy of 14 years.
And what did you do for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
I was a forensic examiner that analyzed evidence for the presence or absence of controlled substances.
And tell us a little bit about your training education experience.
I went to Georgia Southern University where I received my bachelor's degree in chemistry. This was one of the main requirements needed to get hired by the Bureau. Once I was hired at the Bureau, I went through their training program where I was introduced to a variety of different substances that I might see, how to analyze those substances, and how to use the many different analytical techniques that were provided. to complete my analysis. I was also trained in courtroom testimony for instances such as today.
And when you were with the GBI, did you have any continuing training at the GBI?
Yes, every year we were given a proficiency test which we had to analyze to prove that we were technically competent in order to do our job. We also were required to do continuing education through read-ins and meet-ins and just general journal reviews so that we can keep abreast of the new and exciting developments that are happening in the drug world.
And have you ever had the occasion to testify in court as an expert in forensic chemistry?
Yes, I have.
And if you know, about how many times?
Definitely over 100, but I don't know the exact number.
And have you ever been testified or qualified as an expert in forensic chemistry in Fulton County?
Yes, I have.
At this time, the state would like to tender Mr. Joshua Leeson as an expert in forensic chemistry.
Anybody wish to withdraw, Mr. Mackensack? Okay, all right, hearing none, the court will designate Mr. Mackensack as an expert in the area of forensic chemistry.
Thank you so much. Very briefly, you can tell the jury what is forensic chemistry.
Forensic chemistry is analyzing evidence that may be related to a crime scientifically for whatever the result of the submitter is looking for, whether that be fingerprint, drug analysis, firearms, DNA.
And while you were with the GBI, what specific substances did you test as a forensic chemist?
During my year at GBI, I would test substances that were positive for cocaine, methamphetamine, heroin, MDMA, spice, bath salts, any kind of pharmaceutical tablet that might be issued by a doctor.
I want to direct your attention to 2017. Were you employed with the GBI?
Yes, I was.
Okay. I will take you to DOFS case number 2017-1020399. Were you given any items to test regarding that case number?
If I had a report to see, I could.
We're looking at copy of your report. How refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission social charge. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 87I. Tell me if you recognize Exhibit 87I.
I do recognize this.
And how do you recognize Exhibit 87I?
This is a very standard template. Sorry, my apologies. This is a very standard template that we would, for our reports, would look like. One of the main ways I can recognize it is on the second page. It has my signature along with my information, email, phone number, and my name typed out.
And does that appear to be a fair, accurate depiction of your report involving DOFS case number 2017-1020399?
Yes, it does.
And we're looking at a copy help you today in your testimony.
One more time?
We're looking at a copy of your report help you today in your testimony.
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 87I into evidence for the purposes of this hearing. No, not to go back.
Any objection to State's 87I? All right, State's 87I is admitted.
Now, taking you to the DOFS case number, were you given items to test in that case?
Yes, I was.
And who were the items given? What agency submitted those items?
According to this report, the Atlanta Police Department.
And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted. As State's Exhibit 61H and 63H. Tell me if you recognize State's Exhibit 61H and 63H.
They do seem somewhat familiar.
Okay, and why are you saying you see somewhat?
Well, as I don't have my notes for me from the GBI and the photos that were taken, it's hard for me to do a comparison to what I see here versus what I saw at the time I opened this. However, there are some things in here that are familiar. This is a very standard evidence bag that we received from the Atlanta Police Department. It does have the case number. When I flip it over, I see the items inside that match the description that I put on the report. And at the bottom of this one particular bag, I can see my initials I made when I sealed up the evidence after I made entry into the bag.
And would that have been your typical protocol to seal up the evidence and sign it when you finish testing the items?
Yes, it is.
And have you seen that bag with your signature earlier today?
No, I haven't.
Did my investigator show?
Oh,
you
yes,
this
I
earlier
apologize. Sorry,
today?
I misspoke. Yes, I did see this 1B exhibit 63H earlier today.
Okay. And looking at both of these, does it have the DOFS case number as assigned on to the report?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And does it appear to be the same DOFS case number on your report as it did on those items?
Yes, the case numbers do match each other.
Okay. Now, when you were asked to test those items, what items did you receive?
I received a bag of tablets. There were two different logo imprints on.
So is your objection to foundation? All right, I'll sustain this to that.
Your Honor, report is in evidence right now, so you could read something. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. The report is
Report's in evidence, so you can read from it, so I'll overrule the objection.
What did you receive?
I received a bag with tablets. There were two different types of tablets based on their color and the pharmaceutical imprint that were on them. There was another sealed package that contained 3 different bags. All 3 of those bags contained solid material. And then there was one bag that contained a single blue tablet.
And when you received those items, did you test everything?
No, I did not.
Tell the jury, why didn't you test all the items that you received?
There was a protocol of the GBI at the time because of the sheer amount of cases that we would get in. We could not test every single exhibit. The more exhibits we tested, the longer it would take to get through a case, and therefore our backlog would increase. So the procedure at the time was to look for certain things that would go through quicker. One of those being, is there a certain weight that we can target it more than the others? There's also the potential of, does this particular item possibly fall on a higher schedule than another one? These are all procedures laid out at the GBI at the time, and this is what I use based on my experience also to determine which item would be more preferred over the others.
And looking in this case specifically, which item did you end up testing?
I tested 1B.01, a bag of solid material.
And what was your reason for testing that particular bag?
At the time when I weighed this particular bag, it had a net weight greater than 28 grams. It is my understanding as a civilian.
Your Honor, he's an expert.
I'll overrule the objection.
Your Honor,
Can I just make this a continuing objection, madam? All right. I'll make a continuing objection.
It was a protocol of the GBI that anything over a certain weight amount should be tested first for the potential of, it was just potential of the protocol of the GBI. This one bag was over that weight, which was 28 grams, so it was the first thing I analyzed. Once I completed my analysis, I discovered it was a compound that was deemed to be the highest level that we could go, so therefore the other items were not beneficial for testing at that time.
So when you tested item 1B, I'm going to approach again. Looking at State's Exhibit 63H, do you see your initials on any of those items in there for the items that you tested?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And which item did you test?
It was this bag right here, the largest one. Yes, ma'am.
And when you tested this one compound, what were your results?
You want to read my entire results or just a simple version? So it is a very long chemical name, but the substance that I analyzed is commonly referred to on the street as bath salts.
And what was the total weight of what you tested?
The total weight of the material inside the bag, so not including the bag, just inside, was 31.435 grams.
And again, why did you test on that particular bag?
Because again,
Overruled.
because at the time the weight, the 31, was over the 28 that was in the GBI protocol, and that the particular compound that I identified justified that the other exhibits did not need to be tested.
Okay. Now, as it relates to the other items that were given to the GBI to be tested, why you did not test them, did you identify in any way what the tablets could be based upon? Objection, speculation.
I'll sustain this to form. You can rephrase, madam.
Did you identify those tablets?
No, I did not.
What, if anything, did you do with the tablets once you obtained them into evidence?
So with the two different tablets that actually had a logo imprint, I was able to just do a quick Google search for what they could potentially be. And
Overruled the objection.
what they could potentially be. Now granted, this is not identification, this is just an indication, but there was an...
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
It's not identification, it's speculation.
Overruled. And I'll note your objection, madam.
At best, I was able to just at least indicate that it might...
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It's not
I'll overrule the objection.
It was an indication that it might be alprazolam, but I never did any chemical testing to verify that at all.
And the pill, the imprint on the pill, is that what you do? The imprint on the pill itself? Objection form.
Overruled.
That is correct.
All right. After doing your testing on item 1B, did you produce this report?
Yes, I did.
And again, was it a protocol not to continue testing after you determine a certain amount?
I'll sustain that.
All right, I have no further questions.
Cross. Go ahead. Whenever you're ready.
Good morning.
Morning.
Will you pronounce your name for me one more time because I do not want to butcher it?
Mackenzack.
Mackenzack. All right, Mr. Mackenzack. You received the items to test in this case from Officer Chisholm, correct?
I didn't receive it specifically from him. I received it from a GBI personnel in the evidence room.
Okay. On your report, does it indicate received Officer Chisholm?
Yes, his name is on the report as the officer requesting the results.
Okay. All right. So you did not deal with Officer Chisholm directly, correct?
No, I did not.
All right. And you did not deal with Sergeant Maldonado?
No, I did not.
You do not, it would be fair for me to say that you do not know how the items you received to be tested was given from one officer to the next.
That is correct. I have no witness of how the evidence was handled before it entered the GBI.
Okay. All right, so if Officer Maldonado gave it to Officer Chisholm to give to the GBI, you don't have any knowledge of that?
I'm not even sure if that's how the order went either.
Okay, thank you. All right, and you can't tell myself and the jury what manner the items were seized, like whether it was in a container or anything like that. You just know how it was delivered to you, correct?
That is correct. I have no knowledge of how these items were seized.
Okay, so when the items if items were seized in a pill bottle, that's not how you received it.
That is correct. There was no pill bottle here.
Okay, so you didn't receive a pill bottle at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Let's talk about what you did receive then.
Okay.
All right. You received one bag with a few tablets, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And you received another bag with one tablet.
That is correct.
Okay, so we're at 2 bags?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then you received 3 bags with a solid substance.
That is correct.
Okay. So total, it was 5 bags.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're sure?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so let's go over each bag one at a time, okay?
Okay.
All right. First, the bag with a few tablets. That's the way, you received it in a sealed bag, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, and you did not test that bag?
That is correct. I did perform no chemical analysis whatsoever.
Okay. All right, and then let's go to bag 2.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so bag 2, 1 tablet, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't test that?
That is correct.
All right. All right, so we're down to the last 3 bags, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I just want to make sure because I want to get it right. In those 3 bags, there was solid substance in each bag, correct? Okay. So when the arresting officer in this case stated that he sees 2 bags with substance, you received an extra bag.
All I can say is that when I opened the sealed package, I received 3 different bags.
Okay.
I'm not aware of what the officer seized at the time.
Okay. So as the officer stated that he seized only 2 bags with substance in them, you received 3 bags.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. And out of the 3 bags that you received, you only tested 1.
That is correct.
Okay. So you have 3 bags, 1, I'm saying extra, and you only tested 1.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. You explained the GBI protocol to us in testing, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So if the prosecuting attorney called you and asked you to test those pills, you most certainly would have done so, correct?
Absolutely.
And you did not receive a call to test those pills, correct?
I did not know.
Okay. Now, the 1 bag that you did test, that bag turned out to be bath salts,
That is correct.
not MDMA.
Not MDMA.
Okay. All right, and that was the extent of your involvement in this case, was testing the 1 bag.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let me ask you. You have no idea who that 1 bag of bath salts belonged to.
No idea whatsoever.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Well,
Any further examination? All right, any further redirect, madam?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go right ahead.
In your experience as a forensic chemist, does MDMA come in a, can MDMA come in a powder?
it can.
Objection, irrelevant. There's no MDMA in this case.
Overruled.
Can it come in a powder form as well?
Yes, it can.
And are there times where items may come in label one thing, but once you test it, you identify it as something else?
What do you mean by labeled?
On this, what was marked on here? What's marked on here?
It says 2 clear sandwich bags of MDMA.
Okay. In your experience in working with GPI, are there times where items could be mislabeled or it's not MDMA when the test that you find is another substance or something else?
Overruled.
Yes, that can happen.
Okay. And in this case, let me ask you, bath salts, what schedule were bath salts?
To my best understanding of the law, it's a Schedule 1 substance.
Is that what you put on the report?
Yes, it is.
I'll strike the issue of his understanding of the law. If you can ask him a question in regards to that, but I'll instruct the jury on what the law is.
What did you know the bath salts to be in this case? What level, what schedule did you schedule?
Per GBI protocol, I was required to list Schedule 1 on the report.
And are you aware of what MDMA, what schedule MDMA is? Are you aware?
Again, just to my best interpretation of the Georgia Code, it's a Schedule 1.
So both MDMA and meth are both Schedule 1, okay?
Again, to my best interpretation of the law.
I sustain the objection. Ladies and gentlemen, disregard the witness's last statements about Schedule 1. If it's applicable, I will charge you as to that.
Yeah, I'm going to ask for an interpretation, but objection.
Don't speak your objection, madam. If you have another way of phrasing this, please go ahead and do so. But he cannot testify about what the law is, okay?
But again, based on your report, that's what you noted, that the item that you substituted, the dance song.
I sustain the objection.
I have no further questions.
Anything further?
Sir, at the end of the day, what you tested was not MDMA, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you did not test the pills, correct?
That is correct.
You cannot tell this jury with certainty what was in anything you received beside what you tested,
That is correct.
which was just bath salts.
Yes, ma'am.
Have a nice day. No further questions.
All right. Anything further? All right. Anything further, redirect, madam? No. May we excuse Mr. Mackenzack permanently or temporarily as a witness?
He's permanent.
All right. Mr. Mackenzack, I'm going to go ahead and permanently excuse your witness. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, and we appreciate your patience with us, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Ms. Hilton, what's the length of your next witness, just give or take, guesstimation?
Probably about 20 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to go another 20 minutes, and then after this witness, we'll go to lunch? Or do you want to have lunch right now? Continue? Okay, all right. Call your next witness, madam.
Thank you, Myra. We're going to call Officer Stansel to the stand.
All right, summon Officer Stansel, please.
Raise your right hand. You swear firmly testimony you are going to report the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth of that.
I do.
You may be seated. Please state your first and last name and spelling of both, please.
Sherrod Stansel, S-H-E-R-R-O-D, Stansel, S-T-A-N-C-I-L.
And where are you employed?
The City of Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
7.5 years.
And what is your current assignment?
Currently assigned to the homicide unit,
And how long have you been with the homicide unit?
5 months.
Prior to your assignment with the homicide unit, where were you assigned?
I had a short stint with our robbery unit, and then I was with our general investigations unit, and prior to that, I was on Apex.
When were you with Apex?
From September of 2019 to December of 2022.
And are you post-certified?
I am.
And were you post-certified in January 2020?
I was.
In January 2020, was that during the period you were assigned to Apex? With Apex?
Yes, ma'am.
And as an Apex officer, did you have a particular area in which you were assigned?
No, ma'am.
I want to take,
No, ma'am.
I want to take you specifically to January 21st, 2020. Do you have the occasion to respond and be at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that in Fulton County?
Yes, ma'am.
What is located at 151 Cleveland?
I believe it's an Exxon gas station.
And why were you at that location?
Myself and my partner were at the location doing targeted enforcement. We had observed a group of males quickly flee into a gas station upon seeing our patrol car.
What happened once you saw the man quickly flee into the location?
Upon seeing the males quickly flee into the location, we stopped and made entry into the gas station.
Okay. What happened once you went inside?
We went to the back of the store by the gaming area where there's gaming machines. This is the back of the store where there's an enclosed space with the door where they keep little the electronic gaming machines at the back. And it was in that room we discovered 3 males that had run inside.
Okay. And what happened once you went inside the gate?
Took in general conversation, talked to them, and then 2 of the males came outside with us.
Okay. And what happened once the 2 males came outside?
Upon the 2 males coming outside, had a general conversation with one of them, asked him, hey, what was going on? You know, if you have anything, let me know. We can go ahead and deal with that. But once again, it was only 2 of the males.
Okay. And did any of them say they had?
Yes, I believe Mr. Ford self-reported having a small amount of marijuana.
Okay. Mr. Ford, do you remember what his first name was?
I do not.
Okay. We're looking at a copy of your police report on refreshment.
Yes.
Commissioner for the coach trial?
What are you marking?
95R, his report.
Okay, all right.
I'm going to show you what the mark is. Identification is 95R. Tell me if you recognize 95R. How do you recognize it?
This is the police report based on our old report writing system.
Okay. And looking at your report, does it help you refresh your memory as to the first name of Mr. Ford?
It does.
Okay. What was Mr. Ford?
Darius,
And once he self-reported, what happened?
he was detained without incident.
Okay. And what happened to the other male?
The other male was free to move about, go about. He had nothing on him, so he just sat there.
Okay. And then the third male, what did they do?
Mr. Beebe, I observed he was not there. He actually was still inside the room, the gaming machine room.
So when you recognize he was still outside the gaming room, what happened?
I went in there to speak with him and get him to come out.
Okay. And did he come out?
He did.
All right. What happened once he came out?
Upon him coming out, he was sat down, and then I went back into the room.
And we said he sat down. Where was that?
Sidewalk in front of the business.
Okay. And why did you go back inside?
Given the fact that all the males had come out except him, I wondered, okay, well, why were you staying inside into that room? You know, did you possibly leave something behind?
Okay. So what did you do once you went back inside?
I went back into the gaming machine area, and in the direct spot where Mr. Beebe was at, I discovered a small baggie containing half a gram of crack cocaine.
Once you found the crack cocaine, what if anything did you do?
The first step was to detain Mr. Beebe and explain to him why he was being detained.
Okay. And what did you do next?
Next, we talked to the store clerk and see if we could view surveillance footage of that store, of that room, to see if they had a camera back there.
And were you able to see any surveillance video?
Yes.
And did that surveillance video confirm or deny what you had picked up inside of that room?
Yes, ma'am.
And after you observed the video, what did you do?
Mr. Beebe was formally arrested. He was formally arrested for possession of crack cocaine. We had seen him take the crack out of his boot and discard it in the area where it was located.
And what, as it was Mr. Ford, was he arrested?
He was issued a copy of the charges for possession of less than an ounce of marijuana.
And did you collect the crack cocaine from Mr. Beebe?
Not directly from Mr. Beebe, but I did collect the crack cocaine that was recovered, yes.
And did you turn it in?
Yes.
Permission to approach the camera?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 79, 80, 81, and 82J. Please tell me if you recognize those.
79J is, I'm
Do
sorry.
you recognize it?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
These, I believe, come from my body camera.
Okay. And what are they of?
79J appears to be of the vehicle I was driving that day and the outside of the gas station.
Okay.
80J, once again, is from my body worn camera. It's the outside of the gas station. 81J, I believe that's Mr. Darius Ford. And 82J is Mr. Durante Beebe.
Okay. And is that a fair, accurate depiction of both the Exxon gas station and Mr. Ford and Mr. Beebe from January of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, this time, say like, say like 10 exhibit 79, 80, 81, and 82J into evidence.
Officer Stansfield, have those pictures been changed or altered in any way since the time that you saw them in January
No, sir.
of 2020?
No, sir.
Okay. Any further or any objection? Question still remains. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, hearing none. States 79, 80, 81, and 82J are admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, we'll start with 679. Showing 679, if you can just orient the jury, what is 679?
Just a question directed to me.
Yes.
So the vehicle marked 31242 was the police vehicle, marked police vehicle I was operating that day, and the male standing next to it was my partner for the day, Officer Pagan. That's also outside of the gas station.
Okay. And is there,
Pagan?
and is that 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at State's Exhibit 86.
Once again, that's going to be 151 Cleveland Avenue.
All right. And now looking at 81 J. Who's looking at 81 J?
That is Mr. Darius Ford coming out of the game room.
Okay. So that is the game room that you just described earlier in your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then looking at 82 J.
That is Mr. Durante Beebe.
All right. Now, I'm also showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 78J. Tell me if you recognize it, Exhibit 78J.
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize Exhibit 78J?
I believe this is the crack cocaine which was recovered.
And looking at 78J, is this the evidence bag that you would have used in order to collect that crack cocaine?
Yes, ma'am. The evidence bag and the evidence marking tags we use.
Okay. And on here, does it have any other identifying information as to where it was collected or when it was collected?
Yes, ma'am. So marked on the suspect line, it has the name of Durante Beebe, which is the male that was had it.
Your Honor, this time seems like the tender State's Exhibit 78J is out.
Which one, I'm sorry?
78J.
Any objections to state 78J?
No, Your Honor.
All right, states 78J is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
After arresting Mr. Beebe and giving Mr. Ford a copy of the charge, did that conclude your involvement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I just want to-
Cross. Anyone?
Yes. Sorry, Judge, we'll go to the next time.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Stansel, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's see. Your involvement in this case is that you come to the location, and as you and other officers pass that location, you see folks run inside.
Yes, sir.
Okay. and that was enough to make you all stop and go inside and pursue and see what was going on, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. You hadn't seen any crime being committed at that point, right?
No, sir.
Well, where is this location?
151 Cleveland Avenue.
Okay. How many of you guys, law enforcement officers patrolling at that time?
I can't answer that question. I'm not sure.
Okay. Roughly how many cars? More than one car?
In that area,
Well, right there at the scene. What we're talking about right now.
we were the only responding car there at the time.
Okay. All right. And so, see some guys run inside a store. You guys going inside. You rotation in there or just running?
Just walk in.
All right. You go back. You encounter these folks, and you make them come outside. Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anybody handcuffed or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. Y'all just talking to them at this point, right?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, if I understand correctly, you found what you believe to be a rock of crack cocaine, and Mr. Beebe was charged with that.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you remember the incident? You remember Mr. Beebe?
Yes, sir.
All right. You don't see him here, right? He's not in here.
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Okay. That's the only thing you charged him with, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. You didn't have any reason to, and you certainly did not believe there's anything to charge him with other than being in possession of a rock of crack cocaine, right?
I charged him accordingly based on the facts of the case. Yes, sir.
All right, according to the facts of the case.
Yes,
so
sir.
what you're testifying to is exactly what happened that day and everything was involved on that day, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. You didn't charge him with a gang crime, did you?
No, sir.
No basis to.
No, sir.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Anybody else? All right, any redirect, madam?
Nothing for the state.
All right. At this point, may Officer Stansel be permanently and temporarily excused the witness?
He's giving permanent.
All right, Officer Stansel, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to go ahead and permanently excuse you as a witness. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay? Are you good? Yes, sir. Okay, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 12:20. How about some lunch? Okay, all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess, and I'll have you come back for 1:30, and then we'll see whether just make sure. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, what I'm going to do is excuse you for lunch. We'll come back at 1:30, and then we should be working till about the hour I told you yesterday, somewhere between the 5 o'clock hour, and then we'll recess for the day, and I'll tell you about the plans for tomorrow. Remember the admonitions I've given you. If you should go out of your headquarters for lunch, please leave your notepads in the basket, and remember not to discuss this case in any way amongst yourselves while you're back there or in small groups or any other places. And if anybody should try and talk to you, please let me know, okay? All right. You have any questions of me, ladies and gentlemen?
No, sir.
Okay. If not, have a nice lunch. We'll see you back at 1:30. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. All right, we'll see you all back at 1:30 for continuing with the case, okay?
Would you mind, over lunch, I'm going to, of course, permission, send you a proposed instruction, what I asked previously, that unless and until a conspiracy is proven and the jury has to learn the law from you, that these acts, just individual people's acts, unless and until you decide otherwise. I know you gave us a continuing objection. I asked if all the other persons who are not here, their acts be severed and not discussed. I know you objected to it, but you can see.
I didn't object to it. The state did. Okay, all right.
The state objected and
Yes, sir.
overruled by motion.
Yes.
But I'd like you, if you don't mind, I'd like that
Your Honor, the state's going to object. We are putting up our case, and so as we're putting up our case, there's an instruction we believe would be improper at this juncture, given that we are in our early stages of our trial. We're putting up our case. This is a conspiracy case, and that can come at the end. Now, at the end, maybe during a jury instruction, at that time, the jury can decide whether or not these are individual acts or not. But we are putting up our case. We have alleged that the individuals we are putting up, these cases are part of the conspiracy. And so we are putting up our case. And I believe it would be improper to instruct the jurors at any point in this time about the particular acts that we're putting up and how we're putting up our case.
At this point, Mr. Steele, I'm inclined to just to wait till the end of the case and determine if that, based on the evidence presented, whether or not I'll give an instruction as of that. But, I mean, you're welcome to send it to me, send it to the state. I'll look at it, but I'm not inclined at this point in time to go ahead and give such an instruction, okay?
I understand. Can you just give the continuation?
You've got a continuing objection, sir. I've already say that for the record. Okay?
Yes.
All right, but you're welcome to send it to me. I'll take a look at it. All right, we're in recess. See you all back at 1:30.
Thanks so much for being with us here on Atlanta News First Plus. Here we are today with attorney Suri Chada Jimenez, such a really an important guest to have with us today, a helpful guest to have with us today as we continue to keep our eyes on the YSL trial that is still underway. Here is some footage from inside the courtroom shot earlier during the course of the trial. Now, the reason why Suri is such a really helpful guest for us is that Suri, you were a defense attorney on this trial. You got your client's charges dismissed. What have you kind of been noticing as this trial develops? And here we are now. It's day 6.
Well, day 6, I think they've maybe gone through about 4 or 5 witnesses. It is just same as usual, going slowly, very slowly. The state presenting probably too much testimony about the same thing is redundant. But one of the themes, I've had the opportunity, the privilege to sit in and watch in the courtroom. And one of the things that I've noticed that's a continuous theme from the defense is every single witness that gets up there and starts talking about the incidents that happened years ago, 4, 5, 6 years ago. Then the defense attorneys get up there and say, well, you didn't charge him with anything that was gang related, did you? And the answer keeps coming back as no. And you didn't see anything that was gang related. And then their coached answer is, well, I didn't know. I wasn't trained yet. I didn't understand what the gang symbols or the gang activity was. So conveniently, years later, 6, 8, 10 years later, now they're saying that whatever was done back in the day was gang activity, which is it's problematic, especially because a lot of these witnesses are testifying to incidents that have already been resolved, incidents where other parties already pled guilty and have been convicted of. So we're going to keep going through 10 years of testimony, and according to the state, they'll do it within 6 months.
Yeah, so I mean, what we have been seeing is prosecutors going crime by crime, and we are starting with smaller crimes. Last week we heard testimony about a carjacking. I believe the year was 2013, but I could be wrong on that. And this week we've been hearing about a separate arrest involving Shannon Stillwell. So, it seems that really what the prosecution is trying to do is lay a foundation and say that these are individual crimes that are linked to kind of a larger scheme and linked to an organized a criminal enterprise in some sense. Is that right?
Absolutely. But what I will tell you is, in my experience with some of these gang experts that are going to testify in this trial, because I've had them testify on other cases. For example, on a most recent murder case I had that was gang related, so according to them, the expert testified and swore that gangs do what they do, and the difference between gangs and the mafia is that the gangs want to brag about it. They'll get on social media and they'll brag about it. They'll ride around with their flags. They're flagging either red or green or blue because they want the world to know that this was an act in furtherance of the gang. Very unlike the mafia. The mafia moves in silence. They do things quietly. They do things that seem to be legal, and they just work in the shadows, right? They do their dirt in the shadows, not gangs. So in this case, if they're trying to lay the foundation and show that it's been happening for this many years in individual small crimes, then where is the gang activity? Where are the gang signs? Where are the flags? Where are the colors on all these little crimes that supposedly are linked to the record label, Young Stoner Life?
It's an excellent point, Suri. One well taken. I just wanted to show everyone this live look inside the courtroom. We're just showing the courtroom seal right now because court is on the lunch recess. But we just want to let everyone know, if you are interested in watching the live trial, the gavel coverage, you can actually watch it on our secondary stream right now. So that is on our special event stream if you ever want to watch that. And as soon as court does go back into session, we're going to go right to that on our secondary live event stream. But in the meantime, we want to talk a little bit more about what we've been seeing. Suri, before we move on to our other topics, excuse me, I want to just point out the witness list for the prosecution is hundreds of people. I mean, more than 400 witnesses. But typically, in your experience, isn't it true that attorneys are going to make their witness list more expansive than what they actually will call?
Isn't it true? You're like treating me as a witness now. You're attacking me. No, that's a fact. The fact is that prosecutors will dump you with a list of 400, 600, 700 witnesses. In this case, they had a list that went all the way to 700. They're saying they might only call 4. And that is a dirty strategy. Like, that should not be allowed. You provide me as a defense attorney with a list of witnesses. It is my duty to interview all of those people. I have to figure out what to expect from them at trial, because nothing is a surprise at trial. We're supposed to be given this information ahead of time so we can be prepared. So when you provide a list that you never intended to call, that is just a strategy to waste my time, and that shouldn't be allowed. But it is, and some prosecutors do it, not all of them though.
All right, Suri. Any final thoughts? We've got a couple other trials going on. It's a really busy time right now in the court system in Fulton County. But I want to ask you, just before we move on, if there are any final thoughts on YSL and something that we should be watching out for specifically today.
Well, I think that the state is risking losing the jurors with all these little crimes with no gang connection, and they're going to stretch whatever evidence they have. And, it's only been half a week. Let's see what 3 months into it the jurors are thinking, and they might take it out on the state.
All right. You know what? I want to ask you something else, though, because I lied. I said I just wanted to get your final thoughts on that. I'm trying to find the video of the wolf sweatshirt that Jeffery Williams wore to court today. I'm looking through. I'm trying to see if I can find that video. I can't find the wolf sweatshirt video, but we talked about it yesterday, on our air, and it follows, opening statements where the prosecutor Adrian Love actually read that poem by Rudyard Kipling that actually references a wolf, and one of the lines that she actually quotes is, "The strength of the pack is the wolf, the strength of the wolf is the pack." And then you see Jeffery Williams show up wearing a wolf sweatshirt. What do you think of that?
I'll tell you this, Mr. Williams, also known as Young Thug, he's just as influential in fashion as he is in music. You will see him in the cover of one of his best albums wearing a dress, and nobody questioned it because he is a iconic fashion figure. So the outfits that he has, if you're watching this trial, you might as well be watching Fashion Week in New York or in Paris. He's going to have great outfits. And that particular sweater, I will tell you, I was there yesterday, and Maria, the scientist, told me I had bought this before this trial even started. I bought this for him a while ago. So nothing to do with the opening statements of the state. However, I do want to comment on that opening statement. So the wolf, the strength of the wolf is the pack, and the pack of the wolf, and blah, blah, blah. It seems like the state forgot to read the entire book. If you read the Jungle Book, I promise you, the wolves were not the bad guys. And this seems to be happening over and over with this particular prosecution, just like when they quote cases, when they quote case law, they only quote the part they like, but they get it out of context. And I'll tell you, in the Jungle Book, Mowgli and the wolves, that's who I'm rooting for, and I'm sure that's what the jurors are going to be rooting for here too.
Oh, is that right? Okay, I guess I got to go back and read the Jungle Book then.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, Suri. So look, I want to ask you about another story that we've been following very closely. Let me call up the video here from the Tex MacGyver trial, because this one, is, I hate to use terms like this, but it's juicy. I mean, this is a salacious sort of trial. We are talking about a former Atlanta attorney. This was a very well-respected, high-powered attorney based in Buckhead, Tex MacGyver, who was then convicted of killing his wife. And here he was on trial. This was a retrial. And then abruptly we learned today that it's all come to an end. That a judge issued a ruling putting Tex MacGyver's case on hold. Again, the jurors were dismissed here. Just for a little bit more background, let me go to this story put together by my colleague Madeline Montgomery today.
Really a curveball. Everyone was expecting to be here at the courthouse all day with jury selection and then 3 weeks of the retrial. Well, the judge has decided to side with the defense, saying that the state cannot argue intent to kill.
I think we are adjourned.
Not the way court was expected to go today in the retrial of former attorney Claude Tex MacGyver. A jury convicted MacGyver in 2018 for murdering his wife Diane. Last year, the state Supreme Court ruled MacGyver needed to be tried again because the jury did not get a chance to consider lesser charges. The retrial started up yesterday.
The argument from the defense is that through operation of collateral estoppel, a jury has already found that Mr. MacGyver did not intend to kill his wife when he shot and killed her. In other words, he had some other form of intent. Not at all, it was an accident, or intent to grievously injure or cause serious bodily injury, but not the intent to kill.
Judge Robert McBurney is writing a ruling in favor of the defense's argument. So now the case is delayed so the Supreme Court can consider the ruling and consider a possible appeal from the state. And if the ruling stands, certain evidence may be thrown out due to the relevance if the state's case can no longer be based on intent to kill.
The state cannot argue intent to kill, that the state would be prevented from entering evidence about life insurance because it's no longer relevant. It would fail the relevance test.
Judge McBurney now saying that the retrial could be mid to late 2024. Reporting at the Fulton County Courthouse, I'm Madeline Montgomery, Atlanta News First.
All right, thanks to Madeline Montgomery for that report. Okay, so Suri Chada Jimenez, I know we brought you in to talk about YSL since you were actually on this case, but now this is broken, and this is really a surprise. So what happens next with this Tex MacGyver case? Is this the end? Is there going to be another trial?
Well, the trial, I believe, is going to go on. What happens is that the judge issued a ruling that the state doesn't like. The judge says that they are not allowed to argue that he intended to kill his wife. So the state will likely appeal. But when you're in the middle of trial, the Supreme Court will take it up in an expedited fashion, make a decision, and then have a ruling, and then they'll determine whether or not the judge's order stands or should be reversed. Now, about this case, we are on round two of the state trying to prosecute an iconic figure of Atlanta again. And the reason we're back here is because the first time they were doing it, again, they're being overzealous. They're being abusing their power and just doing too much. The state was just doing too much. Bruce Harvey, which is one of the attorneys for in YSL, was defending MacGyver on round one. And they asked for an instruction to the jury that they be allowed to consider the lesser offense of manslaughter instead of murder. And the state objected to it. And now it's back because they should have heard that. They should have been given that option to consider that this was not intentional murder, that it was an accident, still a crime, still with criminal consequences and possibly jail time. But the state objected and the judge didn't allow it, so now it had been reversed and we're back at it, back at wasting taxpayers' dollars. And most likely this time, hopefully Mr. MacGyver will get to go home and properly grieve the loss of his wife, the accidental loss of his wife.
Well, he's actually been convicted of killing his wife, but I guess this trial is to look at it from a different standpoint. But I guess the doctrine of res judicata was cited by the judge here, but I'm trying to figure out, frankly, I can't remember from law school what exactly that means. I think it means that this has been an issue resolved by the courts previously.
Yeah, it's already been determined that manslaughter should have been allowed, and is telling the prosecution that you cannot argue that he intended to kill her. Now the jury needs to determine whether or not it was an accidental death from criminal negligence.
Okay, all right, well, we're going to follow this one closely. Another one that we're following very closely concerns the former president, Donald Trump, but more specifically, one of his co-defendants. Let me call up the video here. Okay, so this lady, this is one of the former president's co-defendants. Her name is Trevion Cootie, and she is accused of threatening a witness. She, it turns out, could have her bond revoked as well. And this all happens to surrounds something that she posted, a video that she posted on social media that was considered to be a threatening to a witness. It was basically disparaging a witness in this case. And one of the conditions of her bond was that she didn't do that she didn't threaten witnesses. So looks like potentially she could go behind bars. Suri, what do you think of all that?
Well, I think this is just absolute nonsense. Why would you even be talking about the case? Listen to your lawyers. Your lawyers told you stop talking about the case. It's just that simple. I don't know if they did, but I'm pretty sure they did, because any person that passed the bar would have advised their client to not talk about the case. But then again, some don't listen and some get into some hot water because you keep talking about it. And then these statements were going to come in. And the problem here is not just talking about the case. I just watched the video for the first time. From me watching that video, she's not naming any names. She's saying a woman, blah, blah, blah. Trying to be smart, trying to outsmart the rules or whatever. But at one point, we all know what woman she's talking about. We all know that she's referring to the victim. And at that point, she says, I'm going to F her up or something along those lines. That is a threat. She didn't threaten to kill or end her life, so it's not a felony. But in my opinion, there's enough evidence to find probable cause of a misdemeanor terroristic threat.
Wow.
So that is, sure, it's going to be a factor into whether or not she gets to stay out on bond, but it could also end up being a completely new charge. And this is why you just got to keep your mouth shut when you have pending criminal charges against you.
Okay, we got some free legal advice from Suri Chata Jimenez there. Okay, well, I don't think I've ever had any pending criminal charges against me, but I'll keep that in mind if
You
it
never
ever
get
happens.
caught. You always get away with it. I'm proud of you.
Oh my gosh, Suri, that's terrible. No, not at all. And I hope you don't tell your clients that. Suri, so sorry, I'm trying to figure out this new computer system. I'm not very good at it. Any final thoughts on this case before we let you go?
Another case that is going to drag on forever, another case that seems to be overcharging in wasting taxpayers' dollars. There was no need to try to go forward on 19 people. The only reason a couple of the other cases got resolved was because Mr. Chesborough demanded a speedy trial. I do expect there's going to be more defendants take deals where they have been accused of allegedly doing one of the worst things you can do, trying to overthrow democracy, take away the power of the voters in this state, in this country. And apparently the punishment for doing that is probation. I will tell you, for example, it's another more free legal advice. In the state of Georgia, if you're convicted of shoplifting for a fourth time, whether it's a felony or misdemeanor amount, whether it's a stick of gum or a PlayStation 5, if it's your fourth conviction, you will be sentenced to 1 year in prison to the door. But if you try to overthrow democracy and you cut a deal, you'll get probation.
Okay, I guess you've got some strong opinions here on this case. So listen, if anybody does want to get in touch with you, because people watch the stream, they become curious. Who is this man? Can he help me? Can they hire you as an attorney? How do they get in touch with you?
Of course, I'm always available, and I'm going to be on trial for about a month or two next month for Cop City. But you can always call me. That's my name right there on the screen. Put it online. My website will come up. That's my cell phone. They can call me directly, and I'll answer the call unless I'm sleeping or I'm in court.
Yeah, you said you're always available, but you're lying about that one.
I always answer your calls.
We know that you're a busy man. We appreciate you making time for us here on Atlanta News First. Okay, I want to take our viewers back out to the courtroom right now. This is just a live look at the seal inside Fulton County Superior Court in the courtroom where the YSL trial is set to resume again. Still on a lunch break. I know, Suri, I keep saying I'm going to let you go. Last chance. Any final thoughts?
No, I can't wait to watch the live stream myself.
All right, we're going to be watching. You can tune in to our special events channel, and you can see when court resumes there in the YSL case. All right, thanks for joining us on Atlanta News First Plus.
All right. Okay, can we summon our jurors, please?
Yes, sir. All rise on the jury. Jury President County 4.
All right, thank you, Sergeant. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, Ms. Hilton, call your next witness, please.
At this time, the state calls.
I wasn't talking to you, Mr. Brown, but since now you're up, all right, okay, all right. Mr. Brown, call your next witness, okay? All right.
Yes, Your Honor. The state now calls Mr. Patrick Shepatitis to the stand. Shepatitis is spelled Chepaitis, I-S.
Mr. Shepatitis, good afternoon, sir. Sir, if you would please turn and face Sergeant Brown to be sworn as a witness, please.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat. Just to the microphone. State your first and last name. What's the spelling of both of the courts?
Patrick Chepaitis, Patrickchepaitis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Shepatitis.
Good afternoon.
Are you employed?
I am.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm employed with UL Research Institutes.
And have you had other employment prior to your employment with that institute?
I have.
Can you describe for the jury what that employment consisted of?
Yes. Prior to UL Research Institutes, I was employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab.
Okay. And how long did you enjoy your employment with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
It was about 7 years, give or take. A couple of different periods within that time.
Is the Georgia Bureau of Investigation also known as the GBI for short?
Yes.
I'll be referring to it for that way from now on. Okay. All right. And what did you do while you were at the GBI?
I was a forensic chemist.
And when did you begin your employment at the GBI?
In 2012.
Okay. And about when did you conclude your employment with the GBI?
So the first period I was employed by the GBI was from 2012 to 2016. At that point, I went to graduate school to pursue my master's, and after that, I returned to the GBI from beginning of 2019 to the end of 2021.
Okay. And where did you go for? Can you describe any undergraduate experience you had?
Yes, I have my Bachelor of Science in Biochemistry from Georgia Tech.
And you did indicate to the jury that you had a master's. Where did you go to get that?
Sure, my master's in chemistry from Georgia State University.
When did you complete your undergraduate degree?
My undergraduate was completed in 2012.
And when did you complete your master's?
In 2018.
Okay. And while you were working at the GBI as a forensic chemist, were you required to go through any specialized training?
Yes, I was. I completed their approximately 9-month-long training program.
Okay. And at the time, during the time that you were working at the GBI, were you in any way required to hold any certifications to do the work that you did?
We were not required to hold certification. However, I was certified as a fellow in drug analysis by the American Board of Criminalistics during my first period of employment there.
Okay. And are there any other professional associations that you are a part of?
Currently, I'm a member of the American Chemical Society.
And can you describe for the jury what you enjoy being part of that professional association?
Sure, the American Chemical Society, or ACS, is just a professional organization for chemists. It's an international organization that provides access to conferences, training, networking opportunities, and things like that.
And how long have you enjoyed membership with that professional association?
For the ACS, it's been about 3 or 4 years, I believe.
And what is required to become a part of that association?
That is just a simple sign-up membership. That's it.
All right. And have you ever been admitted to testify as an expert in the area or field of forensic chemistry?
I have.
And about how many times would you say?
I'd say about 15 plus times.
Okay. And have you ever been qualified as an expert for Fulton County to testify?
Within Fulton County, I believe once or twice, yes, but I'm not sure.
Okay. And have you always testified in the area or field of forensic chemistry, given those testimony?
I have.
Okay. I'm going to transition here, Mr. Chagaitis. Can you describe for the jury what forensic chemistry is?
Sure. Forensic chemistry is basically the analysis of a substance to determine the presence or absence of a chemical of interest, a controlled substance. And so it's basically chemistry within the scope of the law.
Excuse me. And what kind of information can the results of the analysis performed by forensic chemists give us?
It can tell us whether or not the item of evidence contains or does not contain a controlled substance.
And when you say controlled substance, can you identify for the jury what you mean?
Controlled substance being anything that's written into the law that's either illegal or in some other way controlled by a pharmacy or by some other entity.
Okay. And what kind of controlled substances did you test for during your time intervals at the GBI?
Sure. I tested for any number of controlled substances. I don't know. Would you like me to name a few?
Yes.
Sure. Cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, marijuana. Those are just a few.
Did you have any other duties at the GBI other than testing for controlled substances?
No, I did not.
And have you, to be sure, have you personally had the opportunity to conduct testing analysis on controlled substances?
Yes, I have.
And would you be able to give the jury today a rough number about how many times you've performed such analysis?
I'd say well over 5,000 cases I've worked.
Okay. And what type of instruments did you utilize while at the GBI to conduct such analysis?
So we used a number of different scientific instruments and techniques to conduct the analyses. Would you like me to give a few examples? Sure. So we usually use a balance if we have to weigh a substance. So that's a pretty simple test. After that, we kind of split our tests up into what are called preliminary and confirmatory tests. The preliminary tests include things like thin layer chromatography, or TLC. They also include ultraviolet spectroscopy, or UV. And then some of the confirmatory tests that we do are kind of those techniques that give us a specific identification of a substance. So things like gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, otherwise known as GCMS, as well as infrared spectroscopy, or IR, FTIR.
Now, you just used some big words that are far greater than I'm able to understand. Can you, for the purposes of the jury, explain a little bit about what you're talking about when you use those words such as gas chromatology and infrared
spectroscopy. Sure. So the preliminary tests, like I mentioned, for TLC and UV. So UV, I can use that as an example. Ultraviolet spectroscopy. All that is basically shining a UV light on something, a solution, to kind of give me an idea of what may be in the sample. And those preliminary tests also they also serve to separate the components of a mixture. So a lot of times substances that are received for testing are mixtures, We have to be able to separate those mixtures into their individual components. And after we separate those, we also have to identify them, and that's kind of the second part, the confirmation testing that we do.
Okay. And can you describe a little bit about that confirmation testing, that process or procedure that goes through?
Sure. So it's we'll say a more specialized kind of chemical technique is all it is, basically. It's something that's able to kind of literally break apart the molecules that are in the sample and give us an idea of what they are.
And after the molecules, to use your words, are working apart, how are you then able to determine what they are?
Sure. So most of the tests that we do, most of those confirmatory tests and some of the preliminary ones as well, give us a graph. That's all it is. It's just a piece of data that we look at, and we can compare it to a known reference standard, for instance, and that helps us in our identification.
And when you say known reference sample, what do you have in mind? What do you mean?
So if we're looking for a controlled substance such as cocaine or methamphetamine, we have a reference standard, so a pure sample of that substance that we can test at the exact same time and compare it to our results.
Is it fair to say that the known reference sample is the type of thing that you're looking for?
Yeah, in a way, yes.
What are the possible results types that that can obtain after you completed a round of testing?
What do you mean by that?
What are the results that you can receive?
So the results we receive are either we've found a controlled substance or we haven't found a controlled substance.
And the type of testing that you have kind of been walking us through, is this the type of testing that is generally accepted within the scientific community?
It is. Yeah.
And do courts typically allow experts to testify about such subject matters for, say, a trial?
Yes.
Okay. And are there standards while you were at the GBI that controlled how the testing was performed within your particular division?
Yeah, so the GBI is what's known as an accredited agency. So you think about professional certifications, accreditations at any kind of job, and the GBI is no exception. The GBI has that accreditation, and that accreditation allows the GBI to follow a specific process for their testing, and that testing is governed. That accreditation is governed by an international body that sets down these regulations.
Okay. And those regulations that you're describing, that international body, did you follow them?
Yes.
Okay. And are there best practices associated with the type of testing that you did?
Yeah, those best practices would fall under that accreditation. Yeah.
And is forensic testing within the chemistry background something that an average person can do without any specialized training?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to qualify Mr. Patrick Chapitis as an expert in the scientific field of forensic chemistry.
Anybody wish to voir dire Mr. Chapitis? Anyone? All right. And the court will designate Mr. Chapitis as an expert in the area, or qualify him as an expert in the area of forensic chemistry.
At this time, Mr. Chapitis, I want to ask you, did the laboratory, the GBI, receive any evidence pertinent to the reason for which you're here?
Yes.
And what evidence did the laboratory receive pertinent to this case?
Well, if I could see it, I would, or if I could see a copy of my report, I would tell you, sure.
Just a brief moment. Your Honor, I should have asked, may I approach? Thank you, Your Honor. Now approaching you with what has been admitted in evidence and pre-marked as State's Exhibit 78J. Mr. Shapitis, what have I had to do?
So what I received to test in this case would be 1 bag of solid material.
Okay. And from what you are looking at, can you identify when the laboratory received the evidence?
When the laboratory received it, no, I can tell you exactly when I received it.
When did you receive it?
It would be February 17th, 2020.
Okay. And after you received that particular piece of evidence that's already been admitted, can you tell the jury what you did with it?
Yes. So first I verified all the information on the package, and the way we usually do that is by, when it's received to the laboratory, the evidence receiving technicians would take pictures of it and give it a unique GBI case number here, as you can see on this barcoded label on both sides. I would first compare the pictures, make sure that the barcoded sticker has the case number that matches what I'm seeing in front of me. And then I would open it up, and then begin my analysis, and that would typically begin, and in this case it began with weighing the substance.
And the material that I handed you, to be sure, is in fact what you tested when you read the GBI?
It is the sample I received and took a sample of to test, yes.
What color is the material that you have in front of you?
It looks to be white to me.
And can you describe the texture or feel of that particular evidence?
It just looks like it's a block of substance.
Is it solid material?
It is, yeah, solid material.
And can you describe for the jury where you received that evidence from?
Where I received it from was the Atlanta Police Department.
Was there a case number associated with it from the Atlanta Police Department?
The Atlanta Police case, according to the label, is 2002-11823.
And for this particular piece of evidence that you performed an analysis of, can you describe what that analysis consisted of?
Yes, so like I mentioned a little bit ago, was that first I weighed the substance, and all that is I took a net weight, which means I took the entire sample out of the packaging and weighed it on a balance. And once I had that information, I could continue on with my testing. The first test I did was one of those preliminary tests. In this case, it was thin layer chromatography, or TLC. And all that is a separation technique where I take a little, I take a little bit of the substance, dissolve it in a liquid, and I have a glass plate with a film on it, and I basically spot a drop of the sample solution on that, and that's able to separate out all those components in the mixture that I talked about earlier. And at the exact same time, I spotted a solution of reference standard as well. And then at that point, I was ready, after forming some preliminary conclusions about what may be in the sample, I moved on to one of those confirmatory tests. In this case, GCMS, or gas chromatography mass spectrometry. And all that is, the first part, GC, is the part that separates, again, the components in the mixture. And once those components were separated, it moved on to the MS, or the mass spec portion of that test. And the mass spec is what gives me that graph that I can compare to my reference standard and say, hey, this is what I have in the substance.
At the end of all of that analysis that you performed there, did you reach a conclusion?
I did.
And what was the conclusion?
My analysis confirmed the presence of cocaine in the sample tested.
And was your analysis subject to peer review?
It was.
And is that commonplace at the GBI?
Yes, every case that gets called into court is peer reviewed.
And with respect to testing, is there a known error rate or anything associated?
In this case, since the substance was not, we didn't get a quantitative result on it. All I did was get a weight. The only thing that would be subject to that would be the weight of the substance.
Okay. And what was the weight if you could?
The weight was less than 1 gram.
Okay. Okay, and with respect to the analysis that you performed on this particular test, on this particular solid material, did you follow the standards and protocols that you outlined for the jury earlier during our conversation?
I did.
And Mr. Jeffery, after you performed the analysis within the lab that you described, what else, if anything, do you do?
After I perform the analysis, I would generate a report to state my results.
Okay. Now it's showing you what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 88J and has already been previously served with this defense counsel in discovery. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may, sir.
Mr. Chapitis, what have I just handed you?
My report for this case.
And how do you know that that's your report?
It has my GBI case number on it that matches what's on the evidence, and it also has my name and signature on it.
And has that report that I've handed you been altered in any way, form, or fashion since the time that you authored it?
No, it has not.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit State's 88J.
Any objection?
Yes, sir.
Any objection to State's 88J?
Yes, sir. I'll object under the Constitution Clause. It was made for testimonial purposes, Your Honor, and if the court doesn't admit it, I would object under the continuing witness rule.
I'll deal with the issue second later. As to the first basis for your objection, I'm going to overrule that, and I'll admit it over your objection to State's 88J. Nick.
Okay. Mr. Chapitis, on that report that you have in front of you, is there a particular name by whom, was this testing requested by anyone?
It was requested by the Atlanta Police Department.
Okay. Does your report include a name from anyone from the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, it says S. Stansel.
Okay. And is there a person associated with as a subject for whom that substance was known?
Yes, Durante Beebe.
And the substance that you tested, did you conclude on your report a drug, where it fell on the drug schedule?
Yes, it fell under Schedule 2.
And at this time, Your Honor, the state now passes this witness to the defense for any further cross.
All right. Cross? Anyone?
None on behalf of this court.
Anybody else? Okay. State have anything further?
Not for this witness.
All right. May we permanently or temporarily excuse?
You may permanently, Your Honor. Excuse Mr. Chapitis.
Mr. Chapitis. Sir, I'm going to go ahead and permanently excuse you as a witness. Thank you for your patience with us. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thanks, Lynn.
Your Honor, I am approaching the witness stand to treat the evidence, and at this time, the state.
Before you move on, you just identified State 78A. You haven't tendered it, is that correct?
It was admitted. It should have been.
Who was it admitted by?
Just a brief moment, Your Honor. It should have been admitted by way of Officer Stacks.
It was 78J?
Yes, sir.
Opposed to 78A?
70, maybe phonetically it may have gotten lost in translation, but it should be 78J.
Okay, all right, well then we're good. Okay, all right.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, the state now Well, Your Honor, are you ready to hear?
Yes, Mr. Sharp.
Your Honor, if the state is to admit the self-representing documents, I would ask to be able to see documents before they're announced what they are for the jury.
Okay, just generally, I think they're supposed to do that.
Specifically this one, because I don't think that there's
He hasn't identified it for the record yet, so.
Your Honor, if he identifies, that goes.
Now, just, what is it you want to tell me?
If he identifies it, it's going to be too late for me to.
What document are you referring to, sir? Oh,
I have to see it.
all right, well, come up and have a look at it then.
Your Honor, if I may, defense counsel has had the opportunity prior.
Well, let him look at it again, just to make sure he's satisfied that.
Read everything. I just want to know what's in your head. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We good? Mr. Sharp?
Mr. Weinstein. I'll let, is he such a minute?
No, I don't know what because you interrupted. He hadn't finished when I was talking and you interrupted him, so let me just kind of see what's on the table.
Yes, sir.
All right. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, pursuant to Rule 24.901 of the Georgia Code, the state now moves to admit Exhibit 83J into evidence, which is a certified conviction for Mr. Durante Beebe. And if the court should like to see it, I can provide that at this time.
Your Honor.
And what does that states what?
States Exhibit 83J, as in Jacob.
All right, sir.
Yes.
Yes, it'll be. I noted it.
Your Honor, I would ask, beyond that objection, there are some extraneous documents being presented that go beyond the certified conviction. So it would be a objection to the introduction of these extraneous documents.
Can I see it?
Yes, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes. Mr. Short and Mr. Brown, come on up. All right, it's Talk Radio. You don't need to press that button at all. Just talking to the mic. Just talking to the microphone. Okay. What is that?
Thank you. Your Honor, I've just now been handed back State's Exhibit 83J as in Jacob, and pursuant to the court's permission to publish, I will now do so for the jury. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. In front of me is a certified conviction for Mr. Durante Beebe in the case of State of Georgia versus Durante Xavier Beebe in the criminal action number of 20 SC 174500. This plea was entered as a non-negotiated plea to the charge of possession of cocaine. The disposition was guilty, and at this time, Your Honor, excuse me, this particular charge pertains to the incident occurring on January 21st, 2020.
Nothing speaks for itself.
I will continue. The charge pertains to the incident in the indictment, in the accusation pertaining to the incident occurring on January 21st, 2020, wherein which he was charged with unlawfully possessing and in control of cocaine, a Schedule II substance in violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act. And at this time, Your Honor, I will proceed to read the sentence that was given by Judge Melanie Lethbridge. According to the document, it states that the defendant is sentenced to a total of 3 years probation with conditions. Your Honor, those conditions are, the state will forego reading those. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay.
I've got an additional objection to this being admitted with reference to Mr. Nichols. There's a standing, I guess, a continuing objection under the Jefferson case, but also, Your Honor, I would object it going into evidence under 24.
Okay, is this for later or for?
For now.
For now?
For now. I am objecting to this going.
Can you come to the bench, please?
Sure.
All right. Just talking. You don't have to press anything. Just talking to the microphone. Okay. Yeah. Just pick it up. Yeah. Talking to it. All right. We'll see. Hold on 1 second.
I don't hear. I don't hear. You stop me. You're talking to the record. Did you say something that you want on the record? Or are you still talking? I'm not saying anything now. You don't listen to me. Yes. I can't hear you.
All right, sir. Are you prepared to call your next witness?
Your Honor, while the next witness is coming, can I approach one of the members of the defense?
Yes, you may.
Some information I just want. Yes.
Okay, before we call our next witness, members of the media, this particular witness, I'm going to ask that you not film just this witness, okay? Thank you. You can still do audio and any other things, but it was brought to my attention, given the work this person does, that we probably shouldn't video them at this time. Okay? All right. Okay, call your next witness.
Your Honor, State Clause Officer Applewhite.
All right, Officer Applewhite, summon him, please. All right, Officer Applewhite, sir, if you could please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind and turn and face Sergeant Ingram, your sworn as witness before you sit down.
And you swear affirm testimony to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat. State, your first and last name.
Ian Applewhite, IANAPPLEWHAITE.
Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing?
Good, good. Sir, where are you currently employed?
Atlanta Police Department.
And in what year did you start with APD?
I started in June of 2016. I got sworn in 2017, January.
Okay. And what unit were you assigned to when you started with APD?
Zone 4 Evening Watch.
And how long were you in that unit?
Approximately 2.5 years almost.
And what was your responsibilities in the Zone 4?
I was a beat officer. I was assigned to 403's beat. Just patrol, answer 911 calls. If I do have downtime, I do proactive work.
Okay. And for your entire time with Zone 4, were you always assigned to Zone 4?
No, well, I was also part of the Zone 4 fit team. Then I went to the gangs unit as a gang enforcement officer, then auto crimes enforcement officer, and now I'm in Zone 2.
Okay. So what years or what months were you in the gang unit?
I want to say it was April of 2021 to January 2022, something around there.
Okay. And you also mentioned the auto crimes unit.
Yes.
What years were you in the auto crimes unit?
Started in February of 2022 until, I'm confusing myself right now. February of this year, sorry, till September.
Till September of this year?
Yes.
Okay. And September of this year, what unit are you assigned to?
Zone 2.
And what are your responsibilities in Zone 2?
Answer 911 calls, during my downtime, do proactive work.
On or about May 9th, 2020, what unit were you assigned to?
Zone 415.
And were you post-certified on May 9th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Now, what is proactive work?
So if depending, the cost of services are low, you usually will go out, try to conduct a traffic stop, or you might want to go to a high drug area and try to get, some drugs or something like that.
You mentioned high drug area. Are you familiar with high drug areas based on your, will you tell the jury, in what unit did you become more familiar with the?
With the Zone 4 fit team.
Are you familiar with 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
How are you familiar with it?
I did an undercover buy at that location.
And why did you do an undercover buy?
The Zone 3 fit team, they were conducting a detail, and they asked for the Zone 4 fit team assistance. My role was to do an undercover buy at different locations within Zone 3.
About how many undercover buys do you typically?
So it depends. I mean, if we get a lot of people, maybe that's it for today. If we get one or two, then we can probably move to the next location.
On May 9th, 2020, did you have a reason to visit 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Why? Tell me why did you visit 151 Cleveland?
So again, Zone 3 was conducting a detail. This is one of their high crime areas. And they wanted to do a little, and try to put an impact on the drug sales in that particular area along the Cleveland corridor. So they asked me to go undercover, try to buy some drugs. So
I was pointed to that direct location by one of the Zone 3 officers. Said there might be something going on in there. So I walked in. As I walked in, there was a male who was wearing white pants, white shoes, with a blue jeans jacket. He was standing somewhat in the doorway. I walked in. I just asked him, "Hey man, you got some smokes?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "How much you want?" I said, "I got a 20. He reached in his pocket, pulled some weed out, wrapped it up into a lottery ticket. I paid him the 20. He said, "Hey man, here's my phone number." I got his phone number, and I left. Once I got back into my car, I left the location to update the takedown units of the sale, give them a description of the mill that I bought the weed from, and just proceed to the next location.
Okay. So based on, and I was going to, based on your experience at Zone 4, your time in the gang unit, time at Auto Crimes Unit, and your current assignment in Zone 2, is, in your opinion, is 151 Cleveland Avenue a known gang area or crime area, high crime area?
Yes, sir.
Now, you made reference to a transaction at 151 Cleveland Avenue. Can you kind of walk me through that transaction?
Okay, so I pulled my undercover vehicle up at the pumps. At the same time, I do have close cover who are somewhat in the area just in case something goes wrong. I exited the vehicle. I walked into the store. Again, he was somewhat in the doorway. I walked in. I approached him. "Hey man, you got some smokes?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "What you want?" I said, "I got 20. I gave him the 20. He rolled up some marijuana, dropped it into a lottery ticket, one of those things you find at the counter. Rolled it up. I handed him the money. As I was about to walk off, he said, "Hey, big boy, here's my phone number." I took his phone number. All right.
I'll overrule the objection.
Officer Applewhite, in what capacity were you working on May 9th, 2020?
Undercover.
And how many undercovers had you, how many times had you gone undercover before?
That actually was...
I'm sorry, who said that?
Mr. Adams. I'm going to overrule the objection. I'll sustain the objection, I should say.
Who did you come in contact with on May 9th, 2020?
I think it's Travis. I'm sorry, hold on. DeAndre Beebe. Yeah, DeAndre Beebe.
And what was the location of the sale?
151 Cleveland Avenue.
Okay, and what was that? Was that in
Fulton County? It's in Fulton County, yes.
What did Mr. Beebe sell you?
Marijuana, or suspected marijuana.
Did you tell Mr. Beebe that you were an officer?
No, sir.
What did you do after you purchased the marijuana from Mr. Beebe?
I immediately left the location and relayed the information to the takedown units. One of the close covers from Zone 3, he met up with me, I believe it was at the Walmart on Cleveland Avenue, and I gave him what I bought. And then I went to the next location or to Zone 3 to to write my supplement report.
Zone 3.
To write a supplement report.
Did you clearly describe Mr. Beebe to the other officer?
Yes, sir.
And what was that description?
Black male, white pants, white shoes, blue jeans jacket.
Did other officers respond to the scene?
Yes, the Zone 3 fit and Zone 4 fit team.
About how many details have you participated in with Zone 3?
I'll overrule the objection, Mr. Steele.
A lot. About over 4.
Okay, and what do those details consist of?
High crime area. Sometimes we do details for stolen vehicles, warrants, or drug area.
When other officers responded to the scene, were you still present on scene?
No, sir, I was gone.
And did that basically complete your investigation with this matter?
Yes, sir.
That's the witness, Your Honor.
Cross. Mr. Short. Oh, Mr. Adams.
Applewhite, Applewhite?
Applewhite.
Wait.
Yes, sir.
Like A. Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Got just a couple of questions for you in regards to what you just testified about, okay? And if you don't hear me, if you don't understand my question, please get my attention, let me know. I'll be happy to repeat. Okay? All right. So this is May of 2020 that we're talking about in this case, right?
Correct.
All right. This incident happened back then, and then you were part of the Zone 4 FIT team. Did I get that right?
Correct.
Okay. You were working in what is called an undercover capacity.
Correct.
Now, you used some terms earlier that I want to talk to you about. You talked, for example, about high crime area.
Correct.
Right? Zone 4 is a particular portion of the city of Atlanta, right?
Correct.
There are many different zones in the city of Atlanta.
Correct.
There are very many high crime areas in the city of Atlanta.
Correct.
Zone 4 ain't the only high crime area in Atlanta, right?
Correct.
Right, so although we're talking right now about an area that someone says is a high crime area, you can go to areas of Buckhead, Atlantic Station, where there's a lot of, where there are drugs being sold, right?
Correct.
You talked also about a high drug area, right?
Correct.
There are a lot of high drug areas in the city of Atlanta, aren't there? Right, it's not just Cleveland Avenue.
Right.
Right? It would be incorrect to say that the only place there are drugs sold or where there's crime that takes place is Cleveland Avenue. That wouldn't be accurate, right?
Correct.
Right. In fact, if as a police department or a police officer you chose to target a high crime area and you wanted to go into somewhere in Buckhead, you could find a high crime area in Buckhead to target, right?
Correct.
To do undercover buys at, right? Mm-hmm. To find people who sell weed, correct?
Correct.
On this day, you went, you didn't go on your own. You were told by, I presume, correct me if I'm wrong, other members of the FIT team about this particular location. Right?
Correct.
Right. I mean, they could have sent you anywhere else. As a matter of fact, if I heard correctly, you said that there are a couple different areas that you would go to. You'd maybe hit one area, right? And depending on, I'm sorry, I keep taking glasses on and off. I got to see. Let's see. If we get a lot of people, then you move on, you go to another area.
No, so if I have, let's say we arrested 10 people, that's a day's work right there.
That's a good day.
It's a day's work.
Okay.
It takes a long time to process the evidence, you know, the warrants, the transportation. So again, if I get one person, then we'll move to the next location.
Go to somebody else.
Another location. I don't, you know.
Well, you got a number of people. I mean, you said there's one person, right? Versus 10 people.
Right, gotcha.
One person, you got more work to do.
Right.
10 people, I'm done for the day.
Right.
Okay. You ever heard the term weed man?
Say again?
Weed man.
Weed man?
Yeah. I mean, you know how sometimes folks, I don't know, college kids, regular kids, adults, young folks go looking for the weed man to go buy some weed?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right? You heard that term before.
I've heard.
There is such a thing called a weed man, right?
Yes.
Okay. Sometimes it's one man. Sometimes it could be a woman. It could be a weed woman, right?
Correct.
Okay. When you got to, what's the address? 151 Cleveland Avenue. You're there to do the undercover buy, right?
Yes.
You are dressed in an undercover capacity. You look like a regular dude.
Right.
And you encounter this guy that you referenced earlier who is in white clothing, I think you said, right?
Correct.
You walk in, and you approach him, and you ask him if you got anything.
Right.
You were looking to buy some weed.
Correct.
And lo and behold, you bucked up on the weed man, and you got $20 worth of weed, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I think I heard you say that, and then this was a young, his name was BB.
Right.
I think you said Durante, something like that?
Durante, yes.
Okay. He gives you $20 worth of weed. in a, what'd you say, a lottery ticket or something?
Yeah.
Okay. So you get your $20 worth of weed from the weed man, and you're out of there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Was he by himself?
No, they had maybe one or two other people in the store with him.
Okay. All right. But what has just taken place is you just bought $20 of weed from this kid, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that appears to be the long and short of it. You left out of there. Your job for the day, at least at that point, that location was done.
Correct.
$20 weed sale.
Right.
Okay. And then you left and you told the takedown unit. Did I get that right? Is that the name of it?
That's correct.
Okay. They're the folks that you would call and say, hey, I just bought $20 worth of weed. Come and get the guy.
Correct.
And you weren't there, but presumably they went to go get the guy.
Correct.
Okay. There wasn't anything else going on at the location when you pulled up, right?
No.
No, nothing else, just some kid who you asked for and got $20 of weed from.
All right.
Thanks, sir.
You're welcome.
That's all.
Any further cross? All right. Mr. Sharp?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm all right.
Just a couple questions.
Okay.
Mr. Beebe, first of all, do you see him in court today?
No, let me see. I can't really tell now.
Okay. And Mr. Beebe, on that day that you encountered him in the gas station, he was wearing white shoes, white pants, and a blue jean jacket, correct?
Correct.
Is there any other clothing description that you recall?
That's what I saw, and that's what I gave out. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Nothing else.
All right. Anybody else have any cross? All right. Any redirect from the state?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Officer Applewhite?
Yes, sir.
Are you looking for crime or targeting people?
Crime.
And why are you targeting high crime areas?
Because that's where most of our incidents occur. Shootings, drugs. A lot of the, community members. They complain a lot. I'm speaking for Zone 4. And that's why we're in the area doing what we're doing.
And were you looking for weed for yourself?
No, sir.
Was it for purposes of targeting high crime areas?
Correct.
No further question.
Anything further?
You weren't targeting on this day shootouts or killings or anything like that. You were targeting a weed sale, right?
Again, the detail was a Zone 3 detail. All I know it was to do was to go buy some drugs, not necessarily weed, maybe crack, some pills, depend. But at that particular time, that's what I was going for.
Your assignment, your focus at that time, at that location, on Cleveland Avenue, was to go buy some weed.
Some drugs, yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Anything further? All right. At this point in time, may Officer Applewhite be permanently or temporarily excused as a witness?
Permanently.
All right, Officer Applewhite, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. But don't discuss the testimony of anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, State, call your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Officer Jeffery Williams.
All right, summon Officer Hawkins, please. Are we good with this witness not being, we okay? All right, you can film. Yes, thank you. All right, Officer Hawkins, good afternoon. Madam, come on up. If you please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, ma'am, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you'll give in the matter now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so you are so firm?
I swear.
Okay, you can please be seated. All right, madam, if you could state and spell your first and last name for the record, please.
Yes, my first name is Jasmine, Jasmyn.
Last name, formerly Hawkins, Hawkins. Currently Magavero, Mogavero.
And what name was your comment?
Magavero's fine.
Okay. I was asking which last name. Oh, okay. Also, Magavero, where are you currently employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Since August of 2017.
And what is your current assignment?
The larceny from auto unit.
And how long have you been with that larceny unit?
From February of 2023.
If you can tell the jury briefly about your history with the Atlanta Police Department, with your assignment after the academy.
Okay. So I've been sworn since March of 2018. June, I was assigned to Zone 3 Morning Watch. I worked there until February of 2020. At that time, I was assigned to the Zone 3 Crime Suppression Unit. And then I stayed there until August of 2022. And then I went to Zone 3 Day Watch for a few months until coming here.
So it's safe to say a good majority of your career so far has been Zone 3?
Correct.
All right. And are you post-certified?
I am.
And were you post-certified in May of 2020?
Yes, I was.
I want to take you to May 9, 2020. What unit were you assigned with APD?
The Zone 3 Crime Suppression Unit.
And what were your job and responsibilities working with the Zone 3 Crime Suppression Unit?
It's a proactive patrol unit, so conducting traffic stops, stops on suspicious persons in the community, or whatever other directive we had for that day. Usually proactive policing.
And you also said you served as a patrol officer within that community.
Correct.
As a patrol officer and also worked with the crime suppression unit, were you familiar with 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Correct, yes.
How are you familiar with 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I've answered a number of 911 calls there. I've completed traffic stops where people have pulled into that gas station, directed patrols, going inside speaking with the clerks at the gas station as well.
Why are there directed patrols at that location?
151 Cleveland Avenue, it's part of it's high crime at that location and in that general area.
And when we say high crime, what are we referencing?
Shootings, drugs.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as Exhibit 78J. It should show the screen. Excuse me, 79J. And looking at 79J, where is 79J?
This is from the front of this gas station, 151 Cleveland Avenue Southwest.
And is that what you were just referencing as a high crime area?
Correct.
Now, when you go out to patrol or do target patrol, why are you going to that? What brings you to that area to target patrol?
Just due to the nature of crimes that happen at that gas station, at that intersection, Cleveland Avenue, Old Hapeville, supervisors and probably coming from the top down, they want to make sure those areas stay safe, so they ask us to spend some extra time there.
And in your experience, are you getting any calls from community members about that location at 151
Yes.
Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, absolutely.
So in your experience, the community is concerned about what happens at there?
I'll sustain this form.
In your experience, is the community concerned about what happens at that location?
Yes.
Same objection, Judge.
I'll sustain this form. You can rephrase it.
Have you ever seen concerns about that location from the community?
Yes.
I hear Mr. Harvey mumbling in the background. If there's an objection, please state it.
An objection would be hearsay.
Okay, overruled. And your objection, Mr. Matthews, is overruled as well.
All right. I want to direct your attention to May 9th, 2020. Did you have the occasion to respond to 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Why did you respond to that location?
We were in the location, there was an undercover officer at that location looking for drug activity at that gas station.
And do you recall what time of day did you respond to that location?
So that would have been about 9 9:46 at night.
I see you opened up an envelope. Is that your police report?
It is.
Okay. We're looking at a copy of your police report. How refresh your memory? As to what time you responded? I'm going to show you what it gives you. Commissioner Pro Toronto,
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108R. Tell me if you recognize Exhibit 108R, and you can flip it.
I do, yes.
Okay, and how do you recognize the 108R?
This is the narrative portion of my incident report.
Okay, and we're looking at State's Exhibit 108R, help refresh your memory of the time you arrived at the location.
Yes.
Okay, you can go ahead and just read it to yourself, and once your memory's refreshed, you can look at it.
Okay. I'm all set.
Okay, what time did you go there?
At 9:46 p.m.
All right. And what happened once you arrived at that location?
We received word from the undercover officer at the location that he was just sold 1 gram of marijuana inside the gas station. And then at that time, he gave the description of a black male wearing jean jacket, white pants, white shoes, who sold him that marijuana.
Once you had that description, what did you want to do?
All of the units that were there that day pulled into the gas station. There were numerous other people at the gas station as well, but that was the main focus at first. And then when I approached, I got out of the vehicle. Other units had already got out of their vehicles and were in the process of detaining that male.
Okay, so let's slow down. You said there were a number of different locations going on in it. What do you mean?
So I can't give the exact number of officers that were there that day, but there were other vehicles that were associated with the vehicle that Mr. Beebe was in, and that they were seen interacting with him as well prior to our arrival.
Those other people were seen interacting with Mr. Beebe?
Correct.
All right. And what kind of car was Mr. Beebe?
He was in a white 2020 Honda Accord.
Now, were you all able to detain Mr. Beebe?
He was detained, correct.
Okay. Where was he seated when you all first interacted with Mr. Beebe?
He was in the passenger seat, front passenger seat.
And if you just said I apologize, what kind of car was he in?
A white 2020 Honda Accord.
Okay. And once Mr. Beebe was detained, what happens next?
He was detained, and then at that point I started my search of the vehicle.
Okay. And what, if anything, was found when you did your search?
So there was 13 grams of marijuana in a clear baggie that was found inside the vehicle, the passenger seat, as well as a marked $20 bill that the undercover officer initially had, and that was used during that sale of that 1 gram of marijuana.
Was there anything else recovered?
From inside the vehicle, yes. There was a small backpack, a multicolored backpack. It was on the center console, front center console, and there was additional marijuana found inside that backpack.
Okay. And who did that backpack belong?
That was Miss Jeffery Williams.
Okay. Once you found the marijuana inside the car, did you arrest Mr. Beebe?
I didn't place him under arrest. He already was detained, but at that point, the marijuana on the seat was determined to be his.
Okay. And was there anything else recovered from Mr. Beebe?
There was also a firearm recovered from him.
And was it recovered from his person?
Yes.
And that firearm that was recovered, was that firearm ran? Was it run? Did you run it? Did you run
Yes, it was.
And what happened once you ran the firearm?
It was.
Foundation, Your Honor. Also saying this, just want me to rephrase it now.
Sure. Did you recover a firearm?
I didn't personally recover it, but it was recovered on scene, yes.
Okay. And when that firearm was recovered, did you run, was the serial number run?
Objection, Foundation, to who ran? Unsustained objection.
Do you know who ran the firearm?
I ran the firearm.
You ran the firearm. Okay. And when you ran the firearm, what happened?
The firearm came back as stolen.
And did you ultimately collect that firearm?
It was collected, yes.
Okay. And what about the marijuana?
The marijuana was also collected as well.
Did you collect the marijuana that was sold to the undercover officer?
Yes.
All right. And was that placed in evidence?
Yes.
Now, on that day, were there any other arrests made?
Yes.
And were you directly involved in the apprehension of either of the others?
No.
Who were arrested?
Thank you.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
I'm going to first show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 90K, 89K, and 90K. Tell me if you first recognize State's Exhibit 89 and 90K.
Yes, 89K I recognize.
Okay, how do you first recognize 89K?
This is the 1 gram of marijuana that was sold to the undercover officer.
All right. And what about 90K?
This is the remaining marijuana that was recovered from inside the vehicle.
Okay. And was that recovered again? Where was that recovered again from inside the vehicle?
On the passenger seat.
And where was Mr. Beebe sitting at?
He was in the passenger seat.
All right. And does that appear to be, based upon looking at the bag, what you collected back in May of 2020?
Correct.
You're right, this time say like the tender State's Exhibit 89K and 90K into evidence.
Any objection to 89 or 90K?
No objection.
All right. 89 and 90K are admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Mr. Evans, do you want to look at the firearm?
Sure.
I'm now going to show you what's been marked as 91K. You can look at it, tell me if you recognize 91.
I do.
Okay, and how do you recognize 91K?
This is the firearm that was turned in, that was on Mr. Beebe's person, and the serial number matches as well.
Okay, is that fair? Does that appear to be the gun that was recovered off of Mr. Beebe back in May of 2020?
It does.
All right, Your Honor, this time say like the tender State's Exhibit 91K into evidence.
Any objection?
Objection.
All right, State's 91K is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you collected the evidence and turned it into property, did that conclude your involvement in this case?
It did.
All right, I have no further questions.
Cross. Go ahead, Mr. Adams, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Rank, please.
Investigator.
Investigator, thank you. And you'll excuse me, I heard your name earlier. I heard you say Hawkins, but I think you said it's changed, right?
Correct. It's Magavero.
Magavero?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Investigator Magavero.
Correct.
All right, so just a couple questions, if you don't mind, about this incident back in, and I keep hearing May the 9th, but it was actually May the 8th, wasn't it?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so if I heard correctly, you responded because there was an undercover sale that had been made at that location, right?
Correct.
You advised that there was a $20 marijuana sale that had been made. I don't know if you knew at the time the name of the person was BB, but you had a description of the individual.
Correct.
Right? And when you got to the location, you saw someone fitting that description, jean jacket, white pants, and that person was in a vehicle.
When I saw him, he was no longer inside the vehicle.
Okay. So the first time that you get to the location, he's already been detained or taken into custody or whatever by other police officers.
Correct. They were actively detaining him.
Okay. And they found, let me see, the item that you were just asked to identify a little while ago that I think is over here now. So you identified two things. One of them was the 1 gram of marijuana that was sold to the undercover officer. That's this one, right?
Correct.
And then there was some marijuana found in the car that Mr. Beebe was supposed to have been in.
On the passenger seat,
On
correct.
the passenger seat. But he wasn't in the car when you pull up, right?
Correct.
Okay. You just know that you were told that there was some additional marijuana found on the passenger seat in the vehicle that he supposedly was in before you got there.
Correct.
Right. And what, 14 grams of marijuana?
Correct.
This right here?
Correct.
Okay. And $20, was it $20 that, $20 that the undercover officer had used to buy this 1 gram of marijuana, right?
Correct.
Okay. Started off, and it was a gun that was found there with this gentleman, Mr. Beebe. It was found on him or in the car where he was supposed to be.
On him.
Okay. This white Honda Accord was determined to have been owned by a young lady, or a lady, I'm not sure if it was young or not, Jeffery Williams, right?
Correct.
She was detained, and I think, was there some marijuana found on her as well?
It was not found on her person. It was inside of a backpack that she advised was hers.
Okay. And there were some other people there at the location that the police had detained and searched and, I guess, found some marijuana on also?
Correct.
Okay, so it sounds like everybody there, whoever happened to be there at the gas station at the time, was either stopped or if they were coming into the gas station was stopped and detained and searched, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Well, sorry, not everybody. There were people that were not detained there as well.
At least 6 folks, right?
Yes.
Okay. Ranging in things from a couple grams of marijuana. That's the kind of, I mean, essentially that's what happened, you guys. Whoever they was detained, if they had some marijuana on them, well, they're either going to jail or they're getting cited or they're getting arrested or something like that, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That was the extent of your involvement in this case.
Yes.
Were you part of the FIT unit or the FIT team at that
Correct.
point? Okay. Everyone who was there, all of the law enforcement officers who were there were FIT team officers, right?
No.
No? They are just other regular beat officers who were called to the scene to assist?
There were canine officers there as well who are not part of the FIT team.
Gotcha. Because, of course, if you got some marijuana, or if you think that you're going to find some marijuana, you want to have the canine around to go ahead and kind of sniff around and find whatever's there. Is that about accurate?
Correct.
Okay. This was a marijuana buy operation. This wasn't some sort of gang operation, was it?
Correct. So,
Okay. Thank you, McGavero?
Correct, thank you.
Thank you.
Did I tell you to get up? No, you didn't. Okay, all right, go sit back down then, okay? All right, because there are higher considerations other than you. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand you want to take a comfort break, is that right? See? All right, okay, all right. Okay, so we're going to take a comfort break, ladies and gentlemen. Let's come back at 4 o'clock, okay? And then we'll start back at that time. Mr. Sharp, you can ask your questions then, sir. All right, we're in recess, 15 minutes. All right.
And Your Honor.
Okay. Before we summon our jurors, can I get a member from the defense and a member from the state to come on up?
You just said something like that.
Members of the media, before we call in our Officer Fikes at some point, is he going to be the next witness?
No, Your Honor, we have one witness before Officer Fikes.
Okay, are we going to get to Officer Fikes for today, you think?
It depends. I don't know. I guess we're almost finished. We're crossing, and our next witness, Mr. Garcia, is not a long witness. So
Okay,
we could
all
get to him.
right. Members of the media, when we call Officer Fikes, given the issues that I told you earlier, not this next witness is fine, but with Officer Fikes, if you would not film him as well, okay? And I believe that the state is going to organize a meeting for all the councils for the respective media outlets to discuss with you next steps. So that's in the works and that's coming. But for the next witness, okay, Officer Fikes, please don't videotape him, okay? All right, thank you. All right. Can I call in the jurors, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, all right. Sergeant Ingram, is everybody ready?
Got a problem with this guy here again. What's the top of the hair now?
Do we need to have a conversation with the bench? Lieutenant Walker, do we need to have a conversation with the gentleman at the bench here?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, councils, can you all be seated for me just a second? And I'll have a representative from the defense, please, come up. State, would you please come up?
Send her on this side.
Okay, it's talk radio.
Phone down. Phone down. Make sure that phone not recording.
No, it's not this one.
Well, it seems to me an issue, and it seems that as if you had probably raised it. you know, and I tell you this B-roll, and so that, you know, trying to help it, there was an issue. But in terms of what you remember, that's a little
That was the one that was jiggling yesterday, Judge.
I don't know if we do that, but in terms of which one to choose, is that what I'm going to cancel? So, you can text it, can you explain that to them? Because I don't want you to ask it. Okay. You can take a still.
I was not recording. I had not started recording. I was setting up the tripod.
Okay, wait. Just want to make sure.
It seems to be an issue there.
I have to communicate to you welcome. You have problems about things, okay? Just make sure that when you're on the call, you can change the work. That's fine. Okay. Good.
Until the next situation.
Thank you, sir.
You good?
Okay, all our jurors ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, okay. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Okay, summon our jurors, please.
All rise for the jury. All ready?
Let's see what Aaron can come up with.
refer to the county board.
All right. Thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right. Mr. Sharp, you ready? Yes, sir. Okay, come on up.
May it please the court. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's Investigator Magavro? Magavro. Okay. All right. Thank you. Couple questions. 151 Cleveland Avenue, this gas station. Is that, are you familiar with that area, generally speaking?
Yes.
Okay. That is right across from where the McDonald's used to be on Cleveland Avenue.
Correct.
All right. So, were you the lead, would you consider yourself the lead officer in this case?
Yes, they asked me to take the case.
Okay. And you're the one that wrote the report?
Correct.
Okay. And you were responsible for making charging decisions in this case?
It was a collective effort.
Okay. Were you one of the people consulted?
Yes.
And ultimately you were in charge of documenting everything, correct?
Correct.
Did you take out the warrants as well?
It was a collective effort for that.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you specifically about any laws, but generally speaking, as an officer, are you trained in criminal laws?
Yes.
Is that part of the training offered by Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
And did you go through that training?
Yes.
Now, are you familiar generally with the criminal code of Georgia?
Yes.
Okay. All right. My understanding is Mr. Beebe is not the only individual that was arrested at 151 Cleveland Avenue that afternoon or evening.
Correct.
Okay. Also arrested was Chastity Williams, correct?
Correct.
Okay. For drugs.
Correct.
Shaquille Scott was also arrested.
Correct.
For drugs, including possession with intent to distribute drugs, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Antonio Johnson was also arrested for drugs.
Correct.
And I'm going to try with the pronunciation of this in Madam Court Reporter. I believe it's Cyquavious. Sequavious Martin was also arrested at the scene, correct?
Correct.
For drugs?
Correct.
And a Curtis Barber, who was 35 years old at the time, correct? Which would make him 39 today, correct? Okay, he was also arrested for drugs, a firearm, and for possession with intent drugs.
Correct.
So you arrested, besides Mr. Beebe, 5 other individuals for drug offenses, 2 other individuals with possession with intent to distribute charges, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that was based on your training that you received about the criminal laws of Georgia?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, in any of these individuals, in the arrests of Chastity Williams, Shaquille Scott, Antonio Johnson, Sanquavious Martin, or Curtis Barber, were any of those individuals, or Durante Beebe, were any of those individuals charged with Gang Act violations?
That I do not know.
Well, did you charge them with Gang Act violations?
I did not.
Okay. And those same 6 individuals, Durante Beebe, Chastity Williams, Shaquille Scott, Antonio Johnson, Sanquavious Martin, and Curtis Barber, do you see any of those individuals here today?
Can't see everybody, but no.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any further examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Matthews Jr. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, how are you?
So back in May 18, 20, at the 151 Cleveland, there were a number of officers who arrived to the scene, correct?
Correct.
And you did conjure a report in connection to your involvement in that case, correct?
Correct.
But in your report, you did not reference any video, graffiti, any photographs taken or any video that was taken of any gang graffiti at the premises of 151, correct?
Correct. I did not.
And as a result of your involvement in that case, you didn't refer to any gang units? You didn't refer to any gang units in reference to your involvement within that case?
No, did not.
Anybody else from the defense? Okay, any further redirect from the state?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. As a Zone 3 officer with the prompt suppression unit, are you responsible for taking out gang warrants?
No, I am not.
Who is responsible for taking out any gang warrants?
Anybody who's on the gang unit.
I believe both Mr. Adams and Mr. Sharp asked you about some of the other individuals found and some of the other items that were found at this scene during this evening. So we talked about Ms. Chastity Williams. She's the person who had was she the person in the car and had the book bag with marijuana?
Correct.
Sustained.
Miss Shaquille Scott, what drugs were found with Miss Scott?
Miss Scott had a pink purse on her person. Upon search of that purse, there was a total of 29 grams of marijuana located in a clear plastic bag. There were 15 smaller bags of marijuana as well. There were 2.2 grams of crack cocaine, 9.7 grams of MDMA located in 12 separate baggies, and 1.6 grams of powder cocaine along with $35 US.
And as it relates to the next individual, Mr. Antonio Johnson, what was found? What, if any, type of drug was found with Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Johnson admitted to having a blunt inside the car.
Hold on one second. I'm over the objection.
Going to Mr. Sinquavius Martin, what if any drugs did he have on him?
3 grams of marijuana located in his right pants pocket.
And was Mr. Martin actually arrested, or was something else occurring?
He was given a copy of charges.
Okay. And let me go back. As to Miss Chastity Williams, was she arrested or was she given something else?
She was given a copy of charges.
Okay, so not arrested.
Correct.
And Mr. Curtis Barber, what drugs did you find with Mr. Curtis Barber?
He had 34 grams of marijuana, as well as 8.9 grams of crack cocaine.
The marijuana, was it all in one bag or individual bags?
The marijuana was in individual bags, and then the crack cocaine was all in one bag.
Did Mr. Barber have cash?
He did.
How much cash did he have?
$2,000.
And did he have any weapons?
He did.
What kind of weapon did he have?
A black Keltec PRM.
I'm sorry.
Black Keltec PRM 30.
And were there any other weapons found? So we had the gun that was found on Mr. Beebe, this gun that was found on Mr. Barber. Were there any other weapons?
No. Not that I recall.
We'll take a look at your report, how professional.
No, those are the 2 firearms.
Okay. And all those were found at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Correct.
And again, was that what you call was told or was called a high crime area.
Correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything further?
Yes, please. So it sounds like there were a host of people at that location who were either possessing drugs, right?
Correct.
Or possessing with the intent to distribute drugs, right? Or maybe even selling drugs, right?
Correct.
A lot of people. A lot of different people, right?
Correct.
Okay. You were asked a while ago whether or not you took out any, or you had the responsibility for taking out quote-unquote gang warrants. You heard that question, right?
Yes.
And you said no, that's not your responsibility.
Correct.
But someone else, if advised by you, and if you thought it was warranted, would have the ability to do so, right?
Not only if advised by me.
Okay? If advised by anyone, any law enforcement personnel who had any indication that there was some gang stuff or activity going on at the location that night, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this is May the 8th of 2020, right?
Correct.
Am I correct that in 2020, 2021, whatever, no one took out any gang warrants in regards to what happened at that location on May the 8th of 2020? No one took out any gang warrants, right?
I can't answer that question.
Did you?
I did not, no.
You advise anybody to?
No, I would not.
Are you aware of anybody taking out any gang warrants based on what happened at that location on that day that we're talking about?
No, I'm not aware of any.
All right. The last person that Madam Prosecutor asked you about, Barber, I think was his name, guy who had some drugs and some money on him. What was he wearing? What describe his clothing to me, if you don't mind.
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Anybody else? Any further redirect, madam?
Just one quick question.
Sure, we'll see.
In addition to the $20 that Mr. BB had, was he found any other money? Mr. BB. In addition to the $20 that the marked $20, did Mr. BB have any other money on him?
Yes.
Okay, how much?
$105.
All right, thank you.
All right, anything further? All right, at this point in time, Officer Bureau be permanently or temporarily excuse the witness.
Permanently, Your Honor.
All right, madam, I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. Thank you for your patience with us this afternoon. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, madam. All right, Ms. Hilton and any member of the defense, can I see you all for a second? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have it on pretty good authority that the next witness is short. So, I know, please don't laugh openly, okay? All right. right, and the attorneys are hurt their feelings, okay? All right, so I'd like to take up this one other witness and then recess for the day, and then we'll start afresh tomorrow morning, okay? So are we okay with taking one more witness? It's fairly short, okay? And then we'll recess for the day. All right, call your next witness, madam.
It'll be Mr. Smith.
Your Honor,
All right, Mr. Smith, go ahead, sir.
State Clause Edwin Garcia.
All right, summon Edwin Garcia, please. All right, Mr. Garcia, good afternoon, sir. Come on up and approach the witness stand. Once you get there, before you sit down, if you'd be so kind to turn and face Sergeant Ingram, be sworn as a witness.
Yes, sir.
All right.
You swear affirm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
See? State spell your first and last name for the court, please. Now,
Perfect. My name is Edwin Garcia, first name spelled Edwin, last name spelled Garcia.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Garcia, where are you employed?
I'm employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Sciences in the Chemistry Section. This is also known as a state crime lab.
And how long have you been working at the GBI?
I've been working at the GBI for a little over a year now.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about your education and training?
Certainly. So I earned my Bachelor's of Science degree in chemistry from Morehouse College, and I underwent the Identification of Genus Cannabis training program at the GBI.
In that role, do you have any continuing education requirements?
Yes, I do. I have to fulfill hours of training throughout the year at the GBI, and I'm also still undergoing lectures that are oftentimes presented at the GBI.
And Mr. Garcia, have you personally had the occasion to chemically analyze leaky material?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
A little over 200.
And how many reports have you prepared in connection with your testimony?
Yes, a little over 200 as well.
Mr. Garcia, what is Delta-9 THC?
So Delta-9 THC, or Delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, it's a cannabinoid found in the plant material of the genus cannabis, and it is the main psychoactive ingredient in cannabis.
And how do you test for it?
So to test for Delta-9 THC in plant material, I first collect a net weight of the evidence. A net weight is the weight of the evidence without any packaging. After this, I then conduct a microscopy on the evidence where I look at the smaller characteristic features of the plant material. After this, I then conduct gas chromatography mass spectrometry, abbreviated GCMS. Here, I'll prepare my sample, then I'll run it on the instrument. It'll go through the first part of the instrument known as the gas chromatographer. At this point, what the gas chromatographer will do will separate the sample that I prepared into the individual components that make it up. Once it exits the first part of the instrument, it'll then enter the mass spectrometer, the second part. Here what happens is that all those separated individual components will be fragmented. Those fragments will then be collected as data in the form of a graph known as a spectrum. I can then compare the spectrum of my sample data to that of a Delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol reference spectrum to see if there are consistencies.
And if your test is performed accurately, what will those tests normally yield?
If the tests are performed accurately, the microscope will let me see the smaller features and will let me know if it is plant material of the genus cannabis, and the gas chromatographer mass spectrometer will let me know approximately how much Delta-9 THC is in the evidence submitted.
And is this type of drug testing that you describe subject to peer review?
Yes, this is subject to peer review.
And I understand is that control how these tests are performed?
Yes, there are standards, there are policies in place at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And I want to back up just a little bit. You mentioned that they are subject to peer review. Who reviews?
So peer review means that, and for my cases, 100% of my cases are peer reviewed. This means that another scientist in the GBI crime lab reviews my cases to make sure there aren't any errors of any kind.
So going back forward to the standards, Are there best practices as well?
Yes, there are best practices.
Okay. And is this type of testing generally accepted within the field of forensic testing?
Yes, this testing is generally accepted in the forensic field.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender Mr. Garcia as an expert in cannabis identification.
Anybody wish to voir dire Mr. Garcia? All right, hearing none, the court will designate Mr. Garcia as an expert in the area of forensic chemistry.
Thank you, Your Honor. In connection with Mr. Garcia, in connection with the deal as case number 2020-101-2426, did you test any leaky material in this case?
Yes, I did test leafy material in this case.
Okay. And, Your Honor, permission to approve the witness?
You may, sir.
Okay. Mr. Garcia, I'm showing what's been marked, pre-marked as State's Exhibit 93K. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is the case, the report that I concluded to for the evidence that I tested.
Has that report, has there been any altercation, modifications to that report since you last offered it?
No, there haven't been any.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move to admit the state's proposed exhibit 93K.
Any objection to state's 93K? All right, hearing none, state's 93K is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Garcia, again, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
What did you test in this case?
So the items that I tested were 2 bags of leafy material. The item that was submitted was item 9. I tested sub-item 9A, 1 bag of leafy material, and item 10, which had 1 bag of leafy material, which I tested as well, making the 2 bags of leafy.
And did you use the principle that you just talked about when you performed the test in these cases?
Yes, I did.
And based on your testing, excuse me, were you able to reach a conclusion?
I was able to reach a conclusion.
And what was that conclusion, sir?
For item 9, sub-item 9A, my analysis confirms the presence of plant material of the genus cannabis with a greater than 0.3% tetrahydrocannabinol concentration. For item 10, my analysis confirms the presence of plant material of the genus cannabis and contains less than approximately 1% tetrahydrocannabinol.
No further questions at this time.
Cross. Mr. Adams.
So I see it. Do you still have that report up there?
Yes, sir, I do.
May I?
You may.
Thank you. All right. This is a report prepared by you in regards to the items that you tested, right?
Correct, yes.
And am I correct that you tested these items on, let's see, or actually it was received by you on January 27th of 2023?
Is it fine if I look at the report?
Absolutely, please do.
Okay. Yes, January 27th, 2023.
Okay. So items that were seized back in May of 2020 didn't get to you until January 2023, this year.
I don't know when they were received, but I do know that I got them this year.
Okay. You don't know when the person I'm sorry, let me see that quick.
Yes, sir.
All right. You would agree with me that this has a agency reference number and a case individual at the top listed, is that right?
Correct, yes. The report does have that.
The case subject, or the person listed, is someone named Durante B, right?
Yes, that's what it says on the report.
Okay. You don't know if and when that person, Durante B, was charged with any sort of offense, but you know that you didn't test this item to determine what it was until January of this year, right?
Yes, I don't know when the subject was charged. I just know that I received this evidence this year, and this year is when I tested it.
All right. Mr. Garcia, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? All right, state have any redirect?
No.
All right. May Mr. Garcia be permanently or temporarily excused the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Permanent?
Permanent.
All right. Mr. Garcia, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. You're free to go about your usual duties and avocation. Just don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and recess for the day, as promised, because our next witness is going to take a little bit longer. So it makes sense just to start that witness tomorrow morning. Okay, so since we're concluding for the day, I'll give you the customary ad nauseam admonitions. All right, so are we going to talk about this case going into the parking lot or to wherever, how it is you're getting to your mode of transportation?
No.
All right. Are we going to talk about it tonight when we're at home at the dinner table?
No.
You going to let people, third parties, come and talk to us about this?
No.
All right. What about phone a friend?
No.
How about look up something on the internet, or as my northern colleagues said, so you can become wicked smart about any of the other issues around that you've heard?
No.
All right. You're only going to hear what's in the four walls of this courtroom, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your adhering to these ad nauseam admonitions. I know that people have told me they get tired of them, but remember, lawful trial, just trial, fair trial is to both sides. So we appreciate you adhering to all of these. Remember to leave your notepads in the basket. Take a juror sticker, and so you can be prepared to come in tomorrow morning. Remember, tomorrow morning, I'd like you all to be here for 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time, and we'll go ahead and see where the day leads us at that point. I believe that tomorrow... We're going to probably leave around 4 o'clock. All right, so we'll get a full work day in. We'll probably come recess around 4, and then remember, Thursday and Friday will be augmented days to allow you all to have some, make other plans and appointments, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, any questions of me, ministerial in nature? Anyone? Okay. How's your headquarters back there?
Wonderful.
Good? Any problems, any issues?
Working through it.
Okay, all right. Well, I don't provide an ad nauseum supply of snacks, okay, so you're going to have to bring your own food, all right? But it's the only thing I can tell you, okay?
I'm sorry, but
say again?
I know it's like a long shot, but can we get like lunch maybe once every 2 weeks or so? I mean,
You got a lot of nerve, man. I'm trying to ask me for lunch?
that's why you can be part of the jury.
For you to ask those questions? Okay, all right. No, we don't provide lunches. The county's got bad credit, so we used to be able to. We used to be able to provide lunches because I had a juror account. I don't at this point in time, and it's one of those things that I wish I could provide you at this point in time, but I'm not in a position to do so. I can tell you that once you become a deliberating jury, that we might be able to make some arrangements for some substance, okay? All right, but not till then. You got to bring your own stuff, all right? Okay. Huh? Okay, well, there are plenty of grocery stores, and I know it's winter, but anyways, you bring, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to bring whatever you like. I know that we provided you some small snacks, and I'll continue to do that as we can, okay? But you're welcome to bring anything as you like. Remember, the only caveat I told you is as long as you clean up after yourselves, you're welcome to bring anything you want, okay? Except alcohol, remember? Okay, all right. Okay, anything else from anybody? Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience you've given us and continue to give us and will continue to give us in the trial of this matter. And unless you have any other inquiry or comment from me, I'll go ahead and excuse you, and we'll see you tomorrow morning for 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in recess. All right, all rise. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. Okay, any ministerial inquiry of me, counsels? Okay, before we recess, when we do recess, Mr. Harvey, can I talk with you about an unrelated ancillary matter? And I do want to just kind of put this on your radar. I get a lot of inquiry from people in regards to just everything that goes on, but one of the inquiries I have is in regards to being able to hear everybody, okay? And I would just tell you all, and I think Ms. Weaver has basically reinforced this ask of you, and because she's responsible for taking down the verbatim record, if you could please, for those of you who are not using the microphone, do that, because it produces better audio in terms of just being able to be heard, as well as for Ms. Weaver to hear everything to take up the record. So some of you speak very loudly as a matter of course. It's not an issue being heard, but some of you could work on just the timbre and loudness so that everybody can hear you, in particular, Ms. Weaver, okay? All right, so, Mr. Adams, I don't think you had that problem, okay? You're good, all right? But no, just that it's been mentioned to me that some of you cannot be heard. So please just work on that, and that's all I'd ask, okay? All right, anything else from me? All right, so I'll see everybody tomorrow morning for 9:30, and we'll get started between 9:30 and 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, okay? All right, unless there's anything else, we're in recess. All right, see you tomorrow.